Beck. So Beck messaged me, and she has to do dinner with her boyfriend's mom tonight. I'd be free at 5, and suddenly I'm cooking dinner for us, playing board games after. So it's a yikes on my ability to hang. Maybe it'll just be us two tonight. Little is bad mental mood. She was like, I do want to play, but she has plans for dinner. And then she said at 3:30, plans changed. We called to push dinner back so I'd be free at 5. And suddenly I'm cooking us dinner and we were playing board games after, so the yikes on my ability to hang. So I thought she... But... Oh, because I'll play some Survivor with you.
hello. Welcome. It's still kind of hot in here, so we might open up a window later. Anyways, how is it going? We're playing DBD tonight. It's gonna be a fun time. It looks like just me and Noah right now, although we might have some people hop on later. I don't exactly know 100% how, but I'm gonna play I think one game with some people from like the Stream for a Cause community. Some of the other volunteers are doing some custom games tonight, and they're kind of switching out, so I'll hop in for one of those custom games. It'll be a fun time. What else are we doing? Yeah, we're gonna be playing some Survivor. We haven't played a lot of DBD lately, and I'm wanting to play some more. And later tonight we'll probably play some Valorant, because as you can see, stream is nice and buttery smooth, the smoothest margarine imaginable. That's my smooth motion there. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I got myself a little drink right next to me. Hi, Courtney. I got a little green tea. We got some Annie. I gotta show off Annie at the start. There she is. And then we got Echo and Flash are kind of chasing each other, rubbing their faces all over the alcohol bottles I have set out right now. There she goes. But yeah, we're doing pretty well. It's kind of warm. There goes Annie to drink. What a cutie. But yeah, that's kind of what we got going on tonight. Like I said, I don't know exactly when I'll be joining the other people for a game, but I'm sure they'll let me know. All right. I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Oh, I also put out a list, I guess, basically, of kind of what we're going to be doing this next month, September, starting today. Oh yeah, sure thing. But I put out a list, so I'll tell you guys a little bit about it. So obviously DBD and Valorant are still here. Noah and I are gonna find a couple streams to play Pico Park. We got Phasmo and the new update. I'm really wanting to check it out. Also, a new story game since we finished Death's Door. We're going to be playing Life is Strange. It's coming out September 10th. I believe it's called True Colors. Yeah. And then there's a couple other ones. We're also doing Thursdays. Not this one because I couldn't find it. I was going to play a creepy game, but I had some hard time locating it. Yeah, we're starting some smaller spooky games on Thursdays going into October. And then we're also gonna have a little community night, and I think that's about it. Maybe some other games here and there. Yeah, I've heard some really good things about the update as well. Everybody seems to be loving it, which is very nice because I was wanting to play the game a little more. Yeah, lots of fun stuff coming up, and I'm very excited for October because I love October. It is one of the best times of the year. October is where it's at. Ah, man. Yeah, I've heard it's really scary now, which I love spooky things. Although I'm usually pretty good with spooky things. I do have somebody that I do want to play Phasmo with that is, they have a hard time with scary things, but it's very, very funny. They like horror games. They just get very scared very easily. So maybe we'll do something with that in October. Maybe kind of like a special stream. Yeah, let's just go on and get on over here, and I'll ready up. That way we can actually get going. What are we doing for this? Oh, hold on. I gotta change my challenge real quick. I also need to change my light back here. Okay, unhook 10 survivors must unhook safely. Generators, blood points. I'll stay. Okay. We should be able to get that done pretty good. Pretty quickly. And real quick, I'm gonna look at the store. Oh man, yeah, sure thing. Let's see. All of this is... These are only... I might get a couple things just before they go away forever. Rest in peace, Stranger Things. You will be missed. All right. Now I'm ready. I'm actually ready now. 100%. 99% ready. Oh. My big drink. I'm ready. Let's go. At least I think I'm ready. Proud time, we'll make it. We're gonna live forever for those extra blood points. Extra blinks. Right, Noah? Uh-oh, Annie. No, not the cables. She is rubbing her face all over those. I'm worried she's gonna bite it. Not our new internet. I need to move those a little out of the way later. Yeah, everything ran really smoothly. It's like the third time they came by to install the internet. And luckily this time they just went and did it. Which is cool. Yeah, it's... Oh my god, Annie, stop. Noah, can you move that wire for me? She's like rubbing her head on it. Yeah. Oh. Can't have anything nice around here. But yeah, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's really fast. I love it. And as you can see, we're streaming 1080 60 right now. So good soup. I'm very happy with it. It's like 900 up, 900 down. And I need to undeafen myself so I can hear Noah. Oops. Hi, Noah.
Hi, robot.
You know what? You're just gonna have to live with it until the game's over.
You just mute yourself then.
Oh, fine, whatever. I hate how it does that. I haven't figured out why it hasn't. So sad. But we're having like peach tea drinks. It's not, or green tea drinks. It's not actually green tea, but it's like Jameson, sweet and sour peach schnapps, Sprite. And Annie just jumped right into the chair. Oh, and we got Flash in here now. Little hunchback. What a cutie. All right. Let me get situated here, ready to play. All right. I haven't played in a little... Oh, rest in peace. I spawned right next to the gym, though. Okay, how many people do I have to unhook? I didn't look at that too much. Shoot. Well, we'll try to get as many people as we can. Noah, where are you at? Nothing? Oh, you're being chased.
Yeah. He has Hex Undying, by the way.
Oh, awesome. And, oh shoot, what does Undying do again? Hex Undying.
It's where... That's the... Oh my gosh. Where if you break the Hex Totem.
Oh, that's right. And you destroyed a Hex Totem, I assume? Oh, we got good old Jakey boy
Hex
coming in.
They can also see when you're on a totem, or like when you're near a totem.
Ah, I see. I forget what perk that is, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the white one.
Yeah. They can only see for a couple seconds, though. It's like 2 or 3 seconds.
It's like 5.
Oh my god.
I actually think they changed it.
Yeah.
And you can see longer.
Really?
Because they took off the whole like.
Oh, I haven't really looked at it too much lately. All right. Good old doctor boy. Who doesn't love some doctor? I would not love some doctor. I want to go get that hook.
He has ruin.
What a beach. A beach. I got BT, so if you need, just take it. You motherfucker. Gosh dang it. I hate this guy. No! How did he? That's no way, dude. All the way. He pulled me over the pallet. Oh my lord, dude. Unlucky. Unlucky. It's okay. It's our first game. I just want to unhook people. That's all I wanted. Too much to ask for. Apparently. Maybe it's because I'm not wearing the Scoop Steve setup. Or get up. Oh. Everybody's injured. Well. We got one person on the gym upstairs. Looks like Noah's being kind of chased. I don't know. He keeps like going back and forth. I think we might just try to jump off here in a second. Oh, we got Jake coming for us maybe. Oh, Noah's hiding in a locker. Are you gonna get him?
I have fun. I just have
You wanna heal real quick? Shit! I'm big dumb. Listen, it's been a little bit. I tried. I thought I'd be able to get over it before he caught me. No, don't pick me up. Oh no. Is this Frosty Eyes? Frosty Eyes. Is it? I can't tell if that's that or if that's just his eyes. I usually, whenever I play him, I don't see what he looks like. I'm pretty sure it's just Frosty Eyes. I'll get heal, please. Okay. Oh, I see. Thank you. You gave me this special stuff. Ooh, premium. Speaking of premium, it'd be real nice if we found a totem. How crazy am I? I'm pretty crazy right now. Pretty crazy. Oh. Hey, pal. You want to heal? The only what? Yeah, Noah, you're muted, by the way. I don't know why you're doing that.
I don't either.
It's like only us two.
Oh, it was because I was trying to figure out the button for whichever button it was to give you that agent band on.
I gotcha. Oh, wait. I thought I needed healing still. I forgot you gave me that. Oh, dude. You found us so fast. Oh, you don't want me, scary man. Oh, I'm legit crazy right now. Oh, no. Can I snap out of it? Watch me throw this pallet down by accident. Snap out of it, Steve. It's not real. You haven't unhooked anybody either. Still got the red stain. Okay, dude, I'm gonna get you. Honestly, we're not really doing gens anymore. I'm just here to get you. I need the challenge. Not like technical challenge, just I need to get it done. Please don't shock this way. Fuck, dude. Go. Be free. I have BT. You stinky little mister, you. Oh, that's fake too. Oh shoot, I'm all crazy again. Oh my god. We're running into every fake pallet. This one's fake too, yeah. Oh my god. What the hell, dude? How many pallets have you gone through? God. I feel like every pallet on the map is gone at this point. Only got one gen done. All right. Peace out. Nice knowing you. Holy hell. Oh. Well, we're starting out strong. Okay. What did I get? One safe, one hook? Yeah, boy. Let's... Okay. Sorry, I keep checking Discord real quick. Okay, let's spectate. Oh no, well, he knows. You came out so slow. Jake's got his sick dyed hair. Oh shoot, how many days do we have on the pass? I never get it done. I've got it done like once, probably my entire time playing this game. Oof.
Bro, they've been on the same gen forever.
Yeah, no, they keep blowing it up.
What range are they?
I don't know yet. I didn't check. We got good old Leon. Leon got a gen done. 2 gens done. And we got Jacob there just blowing up the gen and not even finishing it.
Do you want Lydia to join? Lydia Nicola?
That doesn't matter. Oh, he has, oh no, that's dead hard. Oh, Leon, oh no, Leon did the same thing. You've gone in that locker like 4 times. It's been the same one too.
No, that was the first time I went in the locker.
Leon, you're crazy. Snap out of it. It's not actually after you. Oh man. Rough time. Well, what a game. That's all I have to say.
Oh, do you want to fix your robot thing?
Yeah. All right, let's get out of here. What ranks are they? 12, 11, 9, 8, 11. Okay, let's unrobotify ourselves real quick. So you're not gonna hear anything for a second because I have to unplug. Oops. This should be better, right?
Yeah. Hello.
Ooh.
Hello.
Ooh, that's loud. All right.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
Doing all right.
Nice. How long have you been playing so far?
This is our first game, actually. Well,
Oh,
second
very
game,
cool.
I guess, whenever we start a new one. We got some
I'm trying
extra,
to figure out my setup here.
extra points we need to spend. Oh wait, no, we were saving it for
Cody, do
Death Slinger.
you have a challenge on?
Yeah, I have one on.
Are you muted, Cody?
Yeah. No, it just stares me down after that answer. Are you muted? Yeah. Just straight into my eyes. All right, I do need to bring another offering though. Do I have any more? I got some letters, some escape cakes. I'll just start going down the line of these, honestly. I'll do the 100% ones, then we'll figure something out. So loud. Whew. All right. I mean, we're just gonna stick with it, honestly. I am ready. Still have to unhook people, so we have to unhook 6 people. It's this many.
Is your master's course? How are your master's courses going?
Oof.
They're going okay so far. I just started them, so it's I don't know, a lot of reading, but luckily they're treating us like humans, so they're not overloading us with a whole bunch
by the way,
of
cheers.
stuff to read, a whole bunch of extra work. It's
Pretend I
like,
dinked your
I
drink.
think it's gonna work out nicely. Now, if it just wasn't an hour and a half away, that would be a little nice, a little better if it. But it's.
So 2 hours then. 2 hours away better?
No.
I can't believe you're driving an hour and a half away.
It is a long time.
Yeah, it was a little longer than I had hoped for finding a place to live, but
Noel got me some popcorn,
I'll deal with it. But
some
luckily,
kettle corn,
with
some of my
the
favorites.
pandemic, it made it like
So
a blended course. So we're going to
good.
meet off and on, Zoom, in person. So I won't have to drive all the time.
Nice. How many classes are you taking this semester?
3. 2 are blended, and 1 is completely online.
Nice.
Yeah. And what have you guys been up to recently?
Still in school.
Yep. Nothing new.
What classes are you taking?
I'm taking biogeography,
Why am I in a
physics
survivor select?
2, physiology,
Killer, come on!
and wildlife
Ooh.
management.
That sounds cool. A few of them sound like they would be tough.
As soon as we get this 10 survivor thing,
And then Cody's doing music classes.
head on. We're doing head
Very
on
nice.
immediately after we
What
do
was
this.
your major again?
I'm getting a master's of social work.
Social work. Okay.
That's what Noah's sister does. One of them.
Yeah, she hates it because it's such a tough. Like,
Gosh,
barren
dang it! It's
job
still got the
mentally,
glitch
but
down here.
Yeah, it is.
She's been doing it for on and off for a good. Oh,
The song is very.
she just turned 40, so
Interesting.
like 20 years.
Okay. What does
Alright.
on and off mean?
I'm gonna
Like,
check.
She started social work,
84 outside.
and then
It's almost when that sun goes
quit
down.
it.
That window's going right up.
Like when she first
It's hot.
got married because he made more money, so she was like, okay, I'm gonna get a part-time job instead. So
Turn the fan
because
on.
her hours
Oof.
and his hours didn't work out.
Good
and
luck.
she stayed the
Hopefully
social
you're
work
a
job, and
survivor.
she was fine
Or
with
if you're the
doing it.
killer, you
So
just
she like moved to a
Dip
different
out
job.
after this.
And then they moved.
Or at least cover the screen or
and
something.
When
But good luck as well.
when they moved, he started making less money, so she went back to social
Okay,
work.
okay.
And then then she went off it
Take
again.
your
when he
word
started
for
making
it.
More money. Plus, and then she started doing like education,
Alright.
where she actually helped out a teacher. And now she's back on it again because she moved back to Missouri because she's getting a divorce. So she's now into social work
A
again.
little bit of a
Okay.
roller coaster of events that have happened lately.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like it. At least she has like a career to fall back on each time, you know?
Yeah.
And it's never been hard for her to get a job. She has outstanding
Totem's
resume.
not up there.
Oh, good.
I only have a standing one. It is what it is.
And I think it's the Oni, by the way.
Oni, they said the killer said good luck, and they said they're dipping out after, not being a bad sport. I'll take their word
Sorry.
on it. Oh, he's the big boy. Hey, big boy. Okay, he's going back down the hallway towards. Oh. Noah, watch out. There's a killer over there. Gotta be careful. Oh. All right. Well, I'm back on the gen.
I found a different one.
All right. I need to unhook people, so if anybody gets hooked, I can go for it. That's my challenge. I have 6 more that I need. Hopefully I don't get those all within this game. Just because that's a lot of hooks.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I mean, if we all get out, I'll take it.
I just need to get blood points, so doing whatever.
I was gonna go hide there for a second. I thought he was coming.
He's downstairs. He was just in the courtyard.
Downstairs.
All right, I'm almost done with this gen. It's about at like, say, 80%. He's huffing and a puffing near me. Oh, I can get it done. I know. I'm gonna see him like race by.
He's actually, he did. Yeah, by me.
Ooh.
Is he upstairs or
Ooh,
downstairs?
sneaky. I'm gonna take a
Stairs.
drink.
Okay.
All right, and power's gone. I don't think he has ruin. Or no, he definitely does not have ruin. 'Cause it would have gone off by now. All right, I'm on a gen by some bathrooms. I don't know who was over here, but I'm doing your work.
I think it was me. I'm trying to find my way back, but I
Ah,
noticed a totem.
totem, I barely know him. So far, so good. One gen done. Noah, how you doing?
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
The fangs, are they getting some work done?
Wait, run, Lydia.
Okay.
Or
Here he
totem?
comes. Yep.
Oh wait, I'm upstairs. Oh
The killer's upstairs too.
I don't like that. Tell him no. Not allowed. This is a downstairs only map.
I'm getting chased by a Meg.
Oh no. You gotta watch out for those Megs.
Are you kidding me? Now the killer's on me. Oh.
Are you downstairs?
yes.
Upstairs now.
Upstairs! I'm upstairs.
No, I'm upstairs.
You.
Oh, Steve.
Sorry, dude. Ooh, run away! Do we need to go in the locker? Probably not. But we do it anyways. 100%. I keep forgetting I don't have head on. I get in the locker and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get him. I'm not gonna get him. I'm just gonna get got myself. Oh. All right. Let's go look for a gen. Trying to look for one downstairs because I did 2 upstairs. Also, ooh, hello.
Oh, he's smart.
How smart?
Just smart. I don't know why he used his power. That was dumb, but he's smart to what he did there. And he hit me on... Oh, no, he hit you.
Who's you? Chris?
Yeah.
Ah.
But he hit me on hook.
Ah, big dumb move.
Yeah, he's coming for you.
Oh, shit. You turned so fast. Oh, I'm right by a hook, too. Time to go under the pallet. Shit. Knock it off.
This one.
No, you don't want me, Mr. Killer. No.
Cody. You can get me, I think. No, don't come.
No.
He saw me.
He's like right
shit.
there. Man, of all the times not to bring
Do you think this thing has
certain
unbreakable?
perks.
Oh, this thing got picked up.
Oh, he's not walking my way. Okay, let's see.
I was just dumb and I blew up a gen. Nope, now's a bad time to come. I'm surprised he didn't see ya.
Oh, he's trying.
Oh.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Fuck.
Uh-oh. Oh, he ran into a wall. And I'm going on the hook. Oh, go get our teammate down. This is my first hook. I'll be fine. I think I'll make it. Just a little scrape.
He's going after you guys.
Oh, let's go. Almost had it.
My mother's calling me.
Your mother?
Yeah, here. Let's heal.
Okay, if I see a red stain, I'm flipping this pallet down. Oh. Hey! Noah! Jeez, he's just stabbing me. Gosh. All right. Noah says I have to stab him now. He's talking to his mom. You just ran by me. You didn't see us.
got it.
Look at that. Fancy. Can't see me. I'm sneaky. Sneaky Steve. I'm so sneaky. Sneakiest Steve there is. Look at us go. Sorry, I'm being quiet because he's on the phone right now. This was not a planned call. Here she goes. All right, well, let's see. Where's our favorite boy? Oh, Chris. Oh, peace out, Chris. God. Hi, dude. I miss you already. Try to get this done. I mean, one gen's better than having two. I know I said I was gonna go unhook people, but oh.
No, good flashlight save. Oh wait. never mind.
Nice. Oh no.
I misread the situation.
Rip.
I would like help.
Oh, coming through the floor. All right, I'll be there in just a second.
He just ran by me.
Which way?
Going.
No, I got it. I got it.
My left.
No, I got it. Go away.
Oh.
I can heal. Shit, you're inside. I thought you were outside. No, I got it. I got it.
He's here already. Noah is.
I got it. Noah, you're muted, by the way, so nobody can hear anything you're saying. Let me heal you.
They're coming. They're coming. He's coming. He's
Shit.
coming.
Okay.
I can heal you
wanna
still.
heal me?
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Safe hook rescue. Honk. And peace out, my dog.
Peace out.
There's a gen out here that's almost done.
I'm dead. I'm dead. This was my last life.
Oh, rip. Is there a
gen
pallet by you?
No, there was a gen downstairs that was close to
We are
dynamite.
downstairs.
Yeah, where I was hooked.
Oh, there was another
Whoa.
one. Maybe it was upstairs.
Did he
I'm
see
going to
me?
the basement. No.
We're just
I
gonna
didn't see.
we're just gonna crouch here real quick.
That was a fun game, though. I did it.
There he goes. Big boy. Get it done, get it done, get it done, get it done. We got this.
We got this.
I don't know if we'll make it out, but we got all the gens done. Almost.
Yeah.
Zoom.
It's going your way.
Okay.
But I hear his music around me, so maybe not. Nope, he's here.
I can't open the gate. There we go. Open the damn gate, Steve. God. I need a new mouse.
Open the gate!
It's at 50%.
Oh my god, open the gate!
Well, let's hope, well, peace out. This is it for me. Fuck it up. All right. I was
job.
just, I thought I was dead. Oh gosh. That was spicy. What we get? Weird. So, okay, it wasn't just me, because I couldn't open the gate. It kept restarting on me.
Did it really?
Yeah. All right. I keep clicking upgrade instead of continue. Oh well. Oof. I'm gonna turn the fan up even more. Full speed. All right, Noah. Come on. Let's go. Psych. Checking the rift. Oh.
Succeed 5 skill checks while on the killer terror rating.
65?
5.
Oh.
Succeed 5.
That makes more sense. I say 65 is a lot of skill checks. It's about 65 of them, you know.
I have to pick a different challenge.
Rip. Not saying that I want to go to this map, but I don't think I've been sent to the police map without an offering. Like, I just want it to happen normally. You think?
I got it once, so I think I was playing with you.
No, I don't know. The only times that I remember are when somebody brought an offering for it. Because they're like, oh, I haven't been there. And they're like, oh, here, I'll take you there. That's about it.
Which one are you wanting to go to?
No. I want it to happen normally, though. If we don't get it in a couple matches, I might get one. But we probably have better luck just playing the other maps, to be honest. What time is hold on a second. The 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is that just 7?
Yeah, why?
Okay. That's when they're starting the custom games for one people. All the stream for a cause peeps.
So you're going
Alright.
to be streaming for a cause at 7?
Well, it's like a little community night with all the volunteer people for them.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm hopping on for a game. And then
Okay.
I don't know what after that. I know we're probably going to play Valorant sometime tonight. I don't know when though. Just whenever we're feeling it, I assume. Quite the interesting outfit you got there, Noah.
Thank you.
You know what? Here. Just, well, let me get in the spirit of things. What about? What are we thinking? Do you like this, Noah? Are we feeling this outfit?
Sure, yes. Because it looks like you have the blue undershirt and you're wearing a jacket.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm on cleaning duty. And I got blood all over my face for some reason. Don't worry about it. It was just a really mean customer. We had to take care of it. As we do. Don't be mean. Service people. Got a letter. Got some flowers, scape cake, and a mori. Oh. Let me open my damn popcorn. All right. You ever had this is called Boom Chicka Pop?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I don't think I've had it, but I've seen
Like
it.
a purple bag. It is. I get the purple one. It's kettle corn. It's so good. It's like my go-to snack.
I mean, kettle corn is pretty bomb.
And it's like doesn't have a lot of calories either. Not that I'm really looking out for those, but you know.
Yeah.
So basically, if I'm drinking, then I get those. And we're drinking tonight. Well, I am. All right.
What are you drinking?
It's Jameson, peach schnapps, Sprite, and sweet and sour.
That sounds pretty good.
It's usually, I don't know if there's like a drink name for it, but you can get like a green tea shot, and it's basically like the big version of that. It's pretty good. And also, I'm at a Long Island mix, so this is my go-to, and everything else. All right. I want to go to the house map with the corn. That's where I want to go. I don't go there a lot. I don't know why. This isn't the house map with the corn. The fuck?
You get a temple with bamboo.
I feel cheated.
You close your eyes and imagine a different map. That's the map it'll be in your head. Try it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
If you stand in the basement, you don't know what map it is.
No,
And if you-
okay, so it's Oni again, but there's no ruin this time. I forgot what it was called for a second. No ruin.
There was Rowan on the Oni map?
No. There
I
wasn't.
don't think so.
No.
That was the killer before that had Rowan.
Oh, that's right. Oh.
That's pure.
Oh, it's peep head. Little peepee head.
He hit me.
Oh.
Little pea head. Stinky little pea head. We blend in so well with our outfit. We are immersed. Is he coming our way?
He doesn't know where I am.
Where is he?
Damn it.
He sounded so close.
I need
Oh, there he is.
a totem.
Hey,
because
big boy.
I have inner strength and I can heal with the totem.
Okay, we're just gonna go this way.
But I unfortunately cannot find a totem.
We're gonna walk
found
because I don't
one.
want him to see us. Just kidding, we're running. Not really for any reason, I just want to run. All right, working on a gin by the shack.
He does not have Undying, so...
Nice. You do a totem? I'll
He
take that
got
as
me.
yes.
Yeah, I did a totem.
Nice, nice, nice. All right, well, smooth sailing.
No, I need the totem. I need the totem. No, back, back, back.
I don't think she's listening.
That's where P-head is.
Hey, there he is. Hey, Jason Noah. All right, I'm 50% on a gin. I just watched you guys just float on by. Aw.
I hear you. There you are.
I can't like cover my cough. My hands are busy.
Here's the gate.
We love it. All right, I'm almost done. Then I'll come grab you. I'm just so close. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, I'm coming for you. If Meg comes to get you, just tell her no.
I'm on a gen, so watch
right.
out for the other one.
I have BT. Oh, he's gonna still come for you? What the hell, dude? What a big...
You no longer get that on?
I don't. He doesn't give a shit about this gen. Oh my god. Bye, P-head. Wow. Okay. We got one gen in here. I guess I'll do this.
You could. I didn't have quick and quiet.
Oh no. Instead, you were slow and loud. No response. Man, he's not getting anybody else, mate. He just really doesn't like you for some
He
reason.
hit me.
What a bitch! Why'd you do that?
I don't know. He's just standing beside me.
You were just running from him. It's not like you like
A blast.
yelled at him.
Yeah, I didn't teabag or anything.
Yeah.
I don't even think I stunned him once.
I mean, he's the one not going for people on gens right now, so this is all his doing. Don't know what he wants. All right, another gen done. Maybe he just really doesn't like your outfit. That gen's done too.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Again? What the hell, dude?
He wants to worry me.
What a stinky butthead. It's the best way I can describe him. Somebody get in the shot and ruin it. Like, stand where he can't see it. So, he mories, but he cannot get the satisfaction. Oh, I'm working on a gen. Speak from the heart.
Rank 16. Tunneled me just to get a Moria.
Yikes. We got a gen over there, and I don't know where the other one is. I see Pyramid Head, though. If he stays on that person, I don't think it'll be an issue.
I'm on the gen. Are you on the gen?
I'm on a gen. It's
Where are you?
no. Just stay on your gen. It's fine. Hey, Sweezy. It has been a while. Welcome. How's it going? Playing some Deebs, Eebs, and Deebs. DBD. All right, I'm like 75% done. What are you at?
Less than 50.
Okay. He's got bullied on Billy. I feel that. I would get bullied so fucking hard if I was on Billy. Just because I suck at him. I don't think he cares about the exit gates. Aha. Big stinky. Little stinky pea head. Ooh. I have BT if you can get a door open. I would just... Are you getting it?
I was doing a totem just in case he had the thing, so I'm running to a gate now. Yeah.
You know it would be lit if, like, it just lights up once you finish the generators.
All right, I'm getting what's her name down.
Sure. Okay, and I'm opening the gate close.
I have BT. Which one are you opening?
The one closest to you.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know why MP... You know what? I'm just going to go, honestly. So, just open it. Whoa.
The other person could take hits. Oh no, he's running away from her.
Yeah. Aha. Okay. Yeah, no, go away. Go away.
Mega's coming the same way you are. Can you take a hit for her?
Yeah.
She's behind a rock. You're gonna have to... Oop, never mind.
That's not what I meant when I pointed.
Oh, you could probably unhook and just stand right behind him and he won't even notice.
I thought he was coming over here.
No, you can probably still save. But if you get hit while trying to unhook her, then just
Coming
run.
right back.
Oh, yeah.
What do you want?
Oh, he wants you to unhook her so she can win.
There?
Yeah.
All right. No funny business, mister. No funny business. You let me get her, I'll be on my way.
He wants to try to kill her.
I do have BT, so if she makes it out.
She needs to take a hit. She should have taken a hit. Take a hit for her.
I'm just in here. I tried. I did what he wanted.
Yeah, he just wanted a Mori.
Don't blame me, just tried to force chainsaws for... yeah. Those dailies will get you. They really will. Like, I try to play people and it's rough. Noah. I agree, but still. This is funny. Man, oh, Trickster main. Ooh. No, it's playing people that you don't normally play and like trying to use their power. Like I always end up using it too much and it's just like everything falls apart.
Boom, boom.
I
Ooh,
feel
finished my
that.
challenge.
And like
Yay.
chainsaw is terrible. I only need 2 more unhooks after that game. And I guess the other one, but still.
Cool.
All right.
Unhook Tim survivors must unhook them safely.
This is just an OP outfit, you know? Outfit too OP. Can't even handle it. Ah, man. Yeah. I haven't played a lot of DVD lately, so we're coming back to it, and it's going interesting, to say the least. So I got some popcorn, and I'm kind of hungry. So I'm gonna eat my popcorn. Also, a little cat update. For all the cats in here, we got Flash absolutely passed the heck out. What a cutie. And then Annie over there, also. Noah has given me a, what's this, a popcorn chip? It's like a corn tortilla, but it's like popcorn. All right, I'll be here. Here you go, here's that chip. Have fun. Hope you enjoy. They're kind of like puffy chips, if anything. I wouldn't really say it's Doritos, but it's that shape. Yeah, no, they're like a little poofy. Kind of like if you've ever had any rice patties, it's kind of like that texture, consistency. I think they're pretty good. They're sea salt. 10 out of 10. Okay, maybe 7 out of 10. My popcorn's better. Okay, I'm ready. A little bit of music, since I forgot to put it on. We've just been getting into games tonight. Oof. We got this. 2 more unhooks and we can go back to head on. I thought I got that done already, so I was like not even thinking about it. Mother's dwelling. And it's a pig. Oh. It's Amanda. She has corrupt intervention too. What the heck?
Where's that snoot? I'm booping it.
Not if I do first. I got these gloves on for a reason, mister. So I can boop the snoot and not get pig slime on me. Where is she?
After me.
Oh, there she is. No, 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 me. No, I want to do it. Get back here. No, I'm... Yeah. Boop. Boop. Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotcha, I gotcha. I gotcha. The little snorts. There you go. You're pointing all around. Yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Noah's got his light just... What the heck? I love it. This other person, like, is this the
This is
other
the
Meg?
random Meg. Yeah.
Okay. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta get rid of this crow. I got a crow on me. Ow. Ow, that hurt. Aww. Pick me up, mama. Pick me up. Smack. No, I was gonna vault. No, me. What? Let me across, damn it. I can't get across. Shit. No, no, no. Other side, other side. She found us. She found us. Go, go, go. Oh.
Totem anywhere.
Oh
I
shit,
say
I
as
can't.
I find one.
I can't move. All right. Shoot, dude. We booped the snoot so hard. Nope. Okay, move on. Move on. Me next. Me next. Okay, now you next. Time to chase the killer. Chase the killer. Oh, thanks, 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 thanks. Thanks, pal. Nosy Wolf 112345 Oh, there we go. Time to be bullied on Tricky Be Back. All right. Have fun. Hope you enjoy the bully. Oh shoot, she didn't heal me all the way. I haven't played Trickster in a little while. I need to play Trickster. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Guys,
Man.
come to the shack.
I just get bullied all the time. All right, let's go. Sorry, I gotta leave the other girl behind. We're coming. I need to play him again because I think I played him whenever they nerfed him. And then, no, 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 no. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. I'm going back. Let me heal you. No, you. No, you. Noah.
Noah, are you trying to get that thing off your head?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm having fun with it. Why?
Because I'm about to pop
Noah,
a gem.
chill.
Okay.
But I'll stop
Must
if
be
you
truck
want me
time.
to.
No, you're good. You can pop it.
It's like trying to play Pig
if
in
you
3
see
survives. Try to
the
boot your
pig,
snoot.
just
I mean,
boot
you
the
can
snoot
always
until
choose
it-
not to do it, honestly.
Okay.
Like, if you stop, they'll know not to do it anymore. Time to trap her in the corner.
Cool. You're right.
Come
I
on.
booped the snoot. She lets me live.
Come on.
Yep. We're all having fun
Yeah,
with
come
it.
on. Come on, Meg. You got this. Get out of there, Meg. No, you. No, you. Come on. Let's go. Honestly, we're just... Okay, fine. Psych! Oh, shit. We didn't get it. This whole Oompa, 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 oompa. Okay, I'm actually gonna do it now. Oh man, never had a good luck with pig, like with the snoot. I usually don't try it by myself, but if I'm with people, we'll give it a go, you know. A little cheeky boop snoot boop, whatever it's called. I've always found your reverse bear traps unreliable. Yeah, I mean, I don't use them as much as I probably should, but I love playing pig. Pig is so much fun. She's probably one of my favorite killers. All right. All right. Hey, hey, can I come in? Mom says it's my turn. Mom says it's my locker. Oh, you didn't even open the door. Let's shake our head no order. Ah. Oh my gosh. Good luck with your game. I hope it goes swell. Hey, I got you. I got you.
I wanted a hat.
A hat? No, no, no. Fashion is not allowed here. No, no, no. Come back. Come back. I want to unhook. Let me heal you. Can I heal you? Why can't I heal you? Let me heal you. Damn it. Oh, I got that fast heal. We're gonna live forever. Oh shit, dude.
Oh guys, we have to move so she can.
Oh, sorry, here. Here you go. Little Miss Piggy. It's just grown up Peppa Pig. She resorted to a life of crime. Oh, nosy wolf. All right, I'm gonna go smack her. Oh no, unhook. I got the unhook. I only need one more. I got the fast heals. Everybody who wants to heal, come get your heal now. Oh, that was everybody. I'm the only one who needs heals. I only need one more unhook. Nosy wolf, you better back up. I got the unhook here. No, 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 me. Oh, let me get out of your way, Miss Pig. No, me. I got it. I only need one more. Damn you, nosy wolf. I can heal you. Let me heal you, damn it. Noah. Next unhook I got, and I'm done with the challenge. Here we go. I can heal ya. We got the fastest heals in the West. We're not even in the West either, so it's even more impressive. Do it. I'm next. I was in line. Wow, I did a backflip. Did you see how cool that was? Hi, pals. No, you're not gonna heal me? What the hell, dude? Oh shit, you need to go get your helmet off.
Yeah.
Slow and steady on those gens. There's only one person. All right, we got a backpack. We're ready for adventure. Where did you go, Noah? Somebody's doing bones?
Yep. You want it?
No, I'm just here to trap you in.
Okay.
Come on. Come on, let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Just walk around me. There's a lot of space. Don't worry, you got this.
I'd like to go right through there.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Here. There you go. I moved for you. Come on, come through. Just right over there. Okay, fine, I'll leave. Psych. Okay, just kidding. Not really. You trap. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I can only tease somebody so much. Oh, that one's done. Sorry, I'm looking around the map to see what's done already.
Apparently everybody's following you.
Oh shit. I got a little posse here. Oh yeah, watch this. Ugh. I don't really know what gens are or where gens are. Oh, this one's not done. Where's Pig? Where did Amanda go? Oh, you've been helmeted again. What, Meg? Come on.
We found a gen.
Oh, wherever did she go?
Wait, where are you guys?
That?
I'm
Okay.
outside the main building.
Is she gonna interrupt? No? I'll take it. Le bon. Oh. Is she coming around the corner? I heard the lion roar. I guess tiger roar. Doesn't quite fit a pig, but I'll take it, I guess. Well, Meg and I are just chilling on this gen. Noah, you're down! No! Hope you make it.
You can't escape with an activated trap on your head.
You
I
cannot.
know. I'm gonna give her my kill.
Excuse me. Oh, my bad. Get me.
Heard you say?
Take my flashlight at her. Actually, keep my flashlight for her.
Oh no.
On me. Keep it. Go. Leave.
You go? What if I want to go that way? Can I go that way?
Yeah, go that
Okay.
way.
Activated trap.
We're gonna really awkwardly walk. Like half run, half walk. Okay. IKEA. I am in a different box today. I have lots of boxes at my disposal, Kia. Honestly, infinite boxes if I really wanted.
Is that so?
How's your what day is it today? How's your Thursday? We have good internet now, so we're dropping 0 frames at all. I'm getting healed by a nose. My bad. Shit. Oh gosh.
Thank you, baby.
It is great to have so many boxes. But no, I needed a new one for this game so you could see everybody down here below me.
5.
5? What?
You had 3.
Honestly,
I
it
had
really
3 than me,
did.
more than usual.
It really did. So I am so happy to have new internet. I'll heal you. You'll still die, but I will heal you. Yeah, what you got going on tonight? You got any good food tonight? Goodles was talking about Thai food earlier. And you gotta let it kill you. You can't let her kill you. Because like it's for the pizzazz. You gotta like the show. What how does she do that? What the hell? What the hell? She on console, is that it? Okay, Noah, can you just die already? Yeah, I'm gonna go. Okay. Gonna make teriyaki chicken and bake a cake. Ooh, with some cookies. Oh, shoot. Honestly, sounds like a good time. It sounds fantastic. I need to get groceries so bad. Will I? No. Ew, your arm. It... Oh no, it's supposed to be that way. Okay. I thought it just like broke it backwards. Guguz? Guguz, my dude? Yeah, how's work been though? Like how... Has it been going all right? Miasma. Miasma? Is that how you say it? Miasma. Okay. Been having Walmart deliver your groceries. That's what Dayton and Trent, we play like a Valorant with them and they used to live down near us and stuff. They do that and they love it. They said it's great. I usually like go pick it up myself. It's pretty much the same thing. Just they bring it out to my car instead of my house, but it's real nice. Otherwise, I just won't get groceries. Like I hate going in the store because of all the people. And second of all, because of me spending too much money. I spend too much money in the store. Man, work's exhausting. I'd imagine you work a lot. Glad it's the weekend. It is basically the weekend. Basically. Yeah, I'm a lot less stressed because the internet is not going out every single day. And it's actually reliable and it's really fast, like 900 something up, 900 something down, which means I can download things really fast and I can upload things really fast. And it is, it's so nice. You just go pick it up, but with you being so tired and bad back, it's nice to not have to carry groceries in. I imagine it is very, very nice. Yeah, I'm very happy about the internet, but our AC is out at the moment. So, that's the next thing to fix. Somebody was supposed to come out Tuesday, but now it's Thursday and maybe they're coming tomorrow. I don't know. It's just hot in here. Yeah, here's another box that I'm in. And I have a drink. Honestly, Kia, if something else is working all right, broken. At least it's kind of getting to be fall. We're on fall time. Pretty happy about it. Tonight we're playing mainly DBD. Sorry, let me bring up the little screen here. We're mainly playing DBD. And later on we're playing, I believe like one game with some of the Stream for a Cause people. It'll be really fun. They're doing custom games tonight. And yeah, it's just a fun time. I'm hoping they'll message me versus like me just being like, hey, when's this happening? But it'll be all right. And then I just posted in Discord like all the stuff we're doing for September. So got some fun stuff coming up. And then obviously October, I have so many games planned for October. We're gonna get spooky. We're gonna get so spooky. Oh my, it is so nice in the mornings. I mean, here it still gets up into the 90s and stuff, but it is so freaking nice. I'm gonna switch back. But it's about time where it kind of settles down. Like October 31st is when it's like cold. So by that time, cold. It's to the 90s in the afternoon, but this morning it was, yeah, same here. It's in mid 60s as well. It's so nice. So nice in the morning. And like, I'll go get like breakfast or something like that in the morning. And I'll be like, I'll wear pants in the morning because it's, a little cooler outside. It's, whatever I put on. And then I wear them, throughout the day. I go out later. Hot as frick. So hot out. Ugh. But overnight, it is so nice. Like I open the windows and stuff. Love it. If I turn that music down so quick. We're on Hawkins again. This is the second time tonight. Oof.
Damn, this is a third for me.
Oh, you played earlier. That's right.
I only played 1 or 2 games earlier.
Oof. Even walked to your hair appointment today.
Giving
It wasn't
offerings
stupid hot
to go
out. That
to
is
the game,
nice.
the saw map, and it just eats the offering and never sends me there.
Really?
Oh, really?
Huh.
Yeah, I did it like 2 times.
I mean, honestly, it's probably just doing you a favor there. I have the worst luck on that map. No, it's been so hot out for me
I
lately.
wanted to go there
I
for
feel that.
the balanced landing base challenge.
So anything I can get done in the morning is like
that's a good map for
the
that.
nicest time to do it. Although I'm ready for it to get cooler and so I can wear some sweaters. And like, oh my gosh, I gotta show you guys some sweaters that I found that I'm gonna buy whenever I get paid. Next week. Yeah. I'm gonna get some of these. They're hella cool. The hair lady chopped off way too much hair. Oh no. You had hip length. You wanted
What if there were totems
boob length.
in
She
the
gave you.
basement?
Oh
Do
my
you
god,
think that
that's
would
a
be
pretty
good
big
thing
difference.
or a bad thing?
Bad thing
That's
for
like,
sure.
that's a big difference. I mean, it's not like, you know, hip to boob difference, but it's still a lot for
Yeah,
hair
just
at least.
thinking about like, what if the basement totem is the one that's
They're
head?
right next to me.
I mean, that'd be a cool idea,
But,
but, then I feel like a lot of killers would not
what was I gonna say?
bring it home.
Oh, is that Trapper?
Yeah, it's a trapper.
Oh. No, they would always do that to me on my haircuts, and Noah just cuts my hair now. And I cut Noah's hair because it's easier and we save a bunch of money. And I like to not spend money. Although I do need some new clothes, so. Other than that. Man. Keeps
hear
happening to
someone
you.
in
You told
pain.
her longer than you wanted because people cut it shorter. And,
Oh, there's Trapper.
oh, it always, yeah. Hey, Trapper, you forgot it. You forgot
the
one.
blood
It's right here.
trail. There you are.
Right here.
Would you like to be healed?
Yeah, sure.
You made it, Cuddy.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, he's coming. Oh. No, I thought I was gonna do it in time. Oh, big stink. Oh, well. If only we can crawl faster. But no, I got it cut. I got my hair cut right before a concert one time. I was going to see Sam Smith. And, oh, I'm going to the basement, by the way. But I was going to see Sam Smith. And they cut off so much hair. I'm like, yeah, I want an inch. They probably cut off like 3 inches. And it was so short. And then I didn't want it short. Like, you know, it's really short now. And I'm just used to it. But like, I didn't want it that way then. And I was so sad. So, this works out much easier because I'm like, I know exactly what I want and like no one knows. And I don't have to pay like 20 bucks.
Franklin's extra rude.
Ugh. Good old Franklin taking all my items.
Watch out for the trap, Cody.
Where is it?
Just right, it's right there.
Oh. I want to disarm it. Just to
There's
be
also
me.
a trap up here.
He's still chasing me.
Heh.
Oh, and I'm stuck and
Oh,
T-posed in
no.
a trap.
Oh, that injured me. Fuck.
It didn't.
Can you
Oh.
heal me?
Maybe it's because I'm already injured, probably.
Yeah.
Basically, you need Noah to do your hair. I don't know if I'd trust him with that, but I mean, he could if he really wanted. Just get your significant other to do your hair. Hey, he's coming. Bye-bye. See you never. Oh, man. No, did you see all the, some of the new stuff we're going to be doing for this month?
Break it. It injures you if you break it.
Shit, dude. Oh, smacked him.
He's yelling. Cody, you're still muted, by the way.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Wait, before I heal you,
Don't have a
can you
significant
just
other. Oh, no.
I like to heal you this way.
So yeah,
You're
I'm
doing
just,
Bye-bye.
this
Bye-bye.
oh.
Wait, don't do it.
Oh, he stepped in it.
That's
Oh, I can't get. I don't know what I would do. I have faster healing. I can heal you faster when you're on the ground. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. I really did try. No! Oh no!
I did not know he put that trap back down.
It
Dude.
resets when he steps on it for some reason.
Oopsies.
Can't get me. Can't get me. Oh shoot, he got me. I bet he's mad at me now for trying to do that. I was really close though. Like I almost got you, Noah. If I wouldn't have stabbed you, you would have been right up. I'm supposed to be going out with a new Tinder guy Sunday. You have no hair now. I
I'm ready
believe
to
in
be
you.
picked up at any time.
I think you got this. Just like have a friend of yours like style it in a new way that you don't normally do. I don't know. He's putting the trap back down in that little hole in the wall, so just watch out if you ever go through the hole in the wall. Yep. Oh, Kia, I don't know what to tell you then. Just look up, I don't know. YouTube something. There you go. YouTube is always there. Next, you're gonna be like, I don't have access to YouTube.
He's setting the trap on the basement floor.
Wait, come back, Fang.
Right
Okay,
at the base
fine,
of the
whatever. Don't
stairs.
heal me. I don't like you anyways. Fine. Just kidding, Fang, please. Fang. Damn it, Fang, get back here. Who is this? Why are we healing in a... No, I'm gonna heal you because you're gonna run away again.
Help me!
I'm coming.
Sorry, I gotta heal before I go anywhere over there.
And watch out for the trap at the base of the stairs.
Step in the trap at the base of the stairs. Got it.
Yep.
No, I'm bad with hairstyle stuff, but what I'm trying to do right now is get more into like
Thank you.
jewelry stuff. So like necklaces and like rings and earrings and all that. Just like get cooler stuff to wear because I don't have a lot of cool stuff like that. I wanna be cool or something like that. I'm gonna look cool and wear cool stuff. We're gonna disarm this trap. Hey, Mr. Trapper, come over here, boy. I just get a nose ring. I don't know about that yet. I was thinking more ear piercings, like more, not piercings per se. I'm fine with what I have now, but like I want more, like I want an earring, more dangly stuff, you know. Wait, I was fully healed. Was I not? Oh no, the trap injured me. The trap. I didn't even... Gosh dang it. I wasn't paying attention. Oh well. It is what it is. I'm gonna eat some popcorn. Womp, womp indeed. No, I got me some popcorn. It's my favorite.
Hey, I'm looking for a yellow glyph. I found one.
I'm not,
for
but
a
I'll
red
take
one.
it. You want to grab it for me? I'll get it in the lobby. It's so good. It is Kia. And I have the sweet and salty kettle corn version. It slaps in the best way possible. I know every time I drink I get this because it makes me feel so good. Because I'm eating yummy food.
Wait, the yellow glyph is gone.
Hi Yoshi, welcome. Let's give some treats to Annie. Let me get one more handful of popcorn. Okay. Sorry, this popcorn is just really good. I try not to eat too much on stream, but... Hi, Echo. Uh-oh, Noah. Can you give Annie a treat after you're done? Echo's sat on my lap. Hi, girl. You're so pretty. I love you so much.
I think
My words of affirmation to Echo
this person is
every
just
time I
gonna
see her.
let you die and then go out the exit gate they're camped at.
I think so too.
Yeah. This Meg, she wouldn't even heal me after I got off the hook.
You've been saying.
That's what I said. And she made me run into the portal room to get a heal. Like, girl, I don't need to go to the portal room. Y'all, she's slamming her forehead against me. Aw, hi,
Time
girl.
to wait, and you're not even gonna try to help your friend,
Oh,
your
not
teammate?
one bit. You just know. You give the booty pats. She loves the booty pats. Up, 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 up. Hey, girl. You're so precious.
You'll be right in front of them.
Echo loves sitting on my
you.
lap, but she doesn't like to do it when I'm streaming a lot.
Oh,
just
there
because
they
I
go.
move around and I'm like yelling and stuff. Hi, Sweepy. We'll give treats to Annie whenever the match is over. And I'll have like Noah do it or something if she's still on my lap. Echo's like a little gray tortoise shell and pretty as can be. And she's getting like more orange spots over her. I call her Rusty all the time because it looks like she's got little rust spots all over. Like, I don't want to go away because I want to see what's happening here real quick. Like, you can't see any orange spots on her right now. Some of them are a lot lighter, but she's mostly gray, but she's like, it's a slow process. Like her whole chin is white, basically. She's just so,
Are you
so
guys
pretty.
looking for the Fang?
Yeah.
She's up top
Up
in a
top.
room.
She's by the
Yeah,
stairs. I don't know which
I got
end.
it.
By the basement stairs.
Wait, hey.
Also, Yoshi, how's it going? How
Sorry,
is
I
your
know she
night,
is.
by the way? Sorry, I
Back
got
at the
carried away
exit
because Echo jumped on my lap over here, and she's just loving all the pets that I'm given. Let's watch Noah, because Fang's doing literally nothing to help.
Where is?
An
Okay,
exit gate.
she's not even like, is the door almost open? Just run. Okay, go out that door.
No, I'm looking for the killer.
Oh, I'm actually hungry and hungry. Yeah. Kia's gonna be making some food here. Was it teriyaki chicken and making a cake
Yeah.
or some cookies or something? I think she's right there actually. Yeah, right there. Oh, thank God. Yeah, get her. Yeah. Yeah. Noah, 10 out of 10. I wouldn't even get her down. Oh, I see. I'm gonna go prep it now. Good luck. I hope it goes very swell. Okay. That goes off my lap. So whenever this plays out.
Wow.
Aw, man. I thought he would let you go.
He'll walk you to the gate.
I hope so. I accidentally slid my mouth off the straw a little too fast, and now I'm wearing part of my drink. Okay, Barbie. Well, now that match is over, what the hell was that? I guess GG. Oh, I scared Echo. Let's go give our little girl some treats. And we'll also give Flash some scritches. Oh, Andy. Oh. 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 All right. You bullied them. You got RPD. Honestly, RPD is the biggest bully out of all that whole situation. Man, so your hopes were down from the start. Oh no. They get all the love. They get all of the love. And then Windows open, so Flash is gonna be loving that. As soon as we hear some birds. Yeah, have a good night. And you got an easy 4K. Ooh, using your yellow Mori. Fancy, fancies. Sorry, I'm like trying to get my cake here. I don't bring in Moris because I always have the worst luck with them. I really do. Also, Annie like fell over when I was giving her her treat. She's licking herself right now. It's an embarrassing moment. She's got to recover from it. Yeah. We saw. Oh man. You almost hugged the last person. Almost. So I guess it ended up with last person getting away. That's okay. That's still really good though. Hook right in front of the survivor, so you just picked up. You saw one frame of the Mori. Oh no. Oh no. Rest in peace. No, Mori's and me don't get along. It's just, oh, fuck. I forgot to get a challenge. This is the second game in a row. What am I doing? Gosh. I'll snag some more popcorn though. No, it's on the floor. Slight emergency, everybody. Okay, I don't know where to put those for now. Okay, just kidding. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I spilled like half my bag. Oh no. All right. Okay, we're back. All right, pals and palorinos. Just got out off of a match with the Survive with Friends. Now there's TTV and Survive with Friends. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know these people. I don't know any of them. As long as... Yeah. There you go. We're all very average, if not iffy. All right. I believe in you. Turn our game volume up. Get ready.
Talk to us.
Hey, watch it. Beat you up, Noah. You barely finished your drink.
Yeah, it's okay.
Cat goes moo. Also, I really like that person's name. Big fan. Oh, already. Oh, it's a Baba. Oh. Like I said, I don't know these people. Never seen them before in my life. What do we got? We got any... No ruin. I mean, we haven't had ruin the past couple games, so... Never hurts to check.
That's a nice change of pace.
Yeah. Although we do have a Bubba, which is a...
Barbecuer.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna go ahead and do this real quick.
My God.
I need to put head on back on.
Like you get hit first every time.
Yeah, Noah has very bad luck with that. I don't know what it
They find
is.
me so fast.
Yeah. Yeah, also Sweezy, you get a 4K next time. You got this.
I'm your friend.
You're just warming up, right? I was just saying you'll get a... Next time you'll get a 4K. I hear him revving up. Where's he at? As long as he's not
on
coming for
me.
me, we're all good.
Yeah, he's on me.
Let's get real close up with Steve real quick. Just every once in a while we get some light on his face. Hey Steve, how you doing? Pretty clean face for not washing it. Straight boys. Am I right? All right.
All right.
Another gen done. Dun, 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 dun. And another one.
Oh fuck. Yikes.
Okay, I'm
Sorry.
doing the middle gen at the moment. If you start running towards me, let me know.
I'm running around the corners, the edges.
Okay.
Yeah.
As
Yeah,
long
find
as
the middle chin.
it's in the middle. Have you tried looking there?
Yeah, it's okay. I found another chin.
He's like, no, fuck that. Does he have barbecue? Do you guys know?
Oh. I'll let you know this time.
I think he does, yeah.
Okay, I hopped in a locker. Shit, these wires on the ground.
Yeah, it looked like he was headed to the people on the gen. Unfortunately, everybody's in that direction, generally.
Oh no. I can come grab ya.
Someone's coming.
Oh, okay. Well, then
also
fine.
being chased.
I'm not gonna grab you.
Oh,
Well, shit.
yeah.
What is it? Why does it stink? It's a good question. Hey guys,
Would
see
someone
this
like
up there on
to-
those TVs?
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's my favorite show.
I mean, I was just finishing the chin.
It's on channel 3.
And he's right at me.
I don't know what's playing on that bottom one, but all the other ones love this show. This part right here. Oh, oh. Yeah, that's my favorite.
I've been to a wall.
I
You
thought
guys got
had
this.
DC.
Woo!
I do not look fame yet.
Woo! Yeah! Get it, guys! Woo, 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 woo! Jeez, what the hell are you guys doing? You just running into his chainsaw? Fully revved? Come on, get me, dude. Come on.
Oh, dude.
You got this, dude. Here, let me walk into it. There you go. Pick me up. Do it. La, 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 la. Mm-mm. Okay, fine, I'll wiggle. That's what you want. If you want. Slowly walking forward. All right, Noah, are you the one right by me? Are you this one? This one? It's too late. Here, you. Have fun. Hi. How are you? Hey, Papa. What are we looking at? I want to look. I don't see anything. You're fine. I'm just gonna walk away. We can go on a tour of the facility together if you would like. Just against the wall. Do a little spin for you. You like that? You don't know what to do with us? What do you mean you don't know what to do with us? I don't know. I'm just here. We're just here, honestly. I'll hop in the bath, maybe. Clean off. Let's follow. It's a very interesting match. We've had some interesting matches tonight. Where'd he go? I lost him already. Jeez. Killer main who? Not me. Actually, you know what? I do lose people pretty easily, so never mind. That tracks. Okay, I guess we'll just kind of... We'll do this gin and just stare into Steve's dreamy eyes. I mean, if you want to, sure. Hey, Steve. How you doing there, bud?
So is he just refusing to kill you?
We're just vibing. We're just hanging out, having a good time. Well, he's not by me right now, but if he was. Is he coming? Hey. Hey. Peekaboo. That slow turn. We'll just do some spins for him. What a time. What a time. Oops. Okay, I should probably use this med kit. I don't need to, I guess, but... Oh shoot, what add-ons they got on here? This thing is lasting. Woo! I guess I don't really bring skill checks in. Or medkits, I mean. Say skill check, medkit, whatever it is. It's basically a flashlight at this point. How much we're paying attention. Oh gosh. How's it going over there, Noah? You're what? And you're muted.
I'm on Facebook. My bad.
Ah. See anything good?
You're muted also.
I know. Jeez.
Damn.
Never mind.
Who's you staying muted?
I'm just talking. Oh, rip. Oh, wait, you're not dead. I got you. I'm coming. Come on, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go get her, Bubba. We're tag teaming it. I got backup just in case the killer comes by. Time to spin very slowly because they took out the fast spins. Gosh dang. All right. Woo! Time. If only I had a challenge on. Oh shit, we got a little blood bag up here. Can you give me some of that? I'm losing a little bit. Dripping on the floor. I'm sure it'll work. It doesn't matter. Chef's surprise or whatever it's called. Chef select. Womp. Womp. Bed. Womp. Here she comes. Here she comes. Oh, here comes Fang. Let's go. Zoom. Vroom, 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 vroom. All right. I got you. Come on, let's go. Wait, I can heal you really fast. No, wait. I'm not done healing yet. I'm not done healing yet. We're dancing. Oh shit, he's dancing with us. I don't know where he's pulling that hammer from. We're gonna stand right behind him. Can't see us. Wait, no. Let me stand behind you.
I would like to not die though.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just here.
Okay, I'm allowed to wiggle maybe? I don't know.
I don't know.
Damn, Cody, you should have blocked him.
I mean, I don't know what's going on. I'm just here.
You can help though, come on.
All I got was I don't know what to do with you guys, and that was it. I'm just gonna walk on out. Oh, the Meg? Who was our Meg? Oh, it was... Yeah, she is with us. Oh, weird. They said you were teleporting, like, everywhere.
Me?
Yeah. You were Meg, right? The other one was a Fang. Unless I'm mixing up.
I'm Meg with the pig mask.
Yeah. Weird.
Huh.
I don't know.
Maybe my connection was being wonky.
I mean, you weren't laggy for me. I don't know if it's... I don't know, though.
Yeah, I didn't notice any lag.
I don't know. Maybe your internet's sick. It's got the suds. Oh, where are you going? Let's go and charge his phone. Just in case you guys want to know. All right, I gotta check Discord real quick to see if anybody has messaged. Nothing yet. Okay. Okay. Sorry to take another BRB. Also, GG's. Cat goes moo. Like the name. Very good name. I'm drinking a lot of water, and we're having some bevs tonight. No thanks. We're having some bevs tonight, so I gotta go to the bathroom. But I'll be right back. I hope your games go well tonight. If you take off after this, if not, I still hope your games go well. But I'll be right back. Enjoy the cat in the window while I'm gone. You like come over a little bit more?
Hi guys, welcome to my stream. Today we're playing Dead by Daylight. As you can see, Oh, I got a new tattoo today, guys. It's a little pink ribbon right here. It's for my sister who has breast cancer. She should be good though. It's like the type 1, I guess, the least dangerous one. So she's good. I wonder if I'm muted. Am I muted? Nah, no, I'm not. It does suck. I'm not muted. But yeah, she is having surgery to remove it. And then radiation or chemo, one of those. Bang, bang. And that was all happening while I was on vacation. I was like, don't ruin my happiness. And they didn't. Because Man. Hello, Cat. Goes Moo. Nice to meet you. Hello, Kia. Oh, hey, look, someone's behind me. Who is this? Oh, look, it's Little. Hi, Little. What is that emoji? Oh, it's a lurk. Yeah, it's a Noah stream. What's up? Nothing. We should add. Oh my gosh! Now that you have all the perks, you should add. Choose my build.
Let me do that real quick.
Oh, okay. I'm getting kicked away from the stream. Bye.
Can you do me a favor? Hi. I didn't even leave. I was here the whole time. This is actually me you were talking to. Noah, that was my water. I was gonna drink that. You fiend. Oh my lord. Oh man. Oh man, do you guys like my MTV shirt, by the way? Got it for $6. It's got a little skeleton on it. Oh, I was speaking of one thing that we're gonna do also. Hello, Little, welcome, and also welcome back, Kia. I keep telling Noah to stream. He'd be really good at it, but every time he does, he just ends it really early. He's like, okay, cool, and then like in the middle, he just clicks end stream. One of these days, I'll get him to do it. Do an actual stream. But what he was saying earlier is what we can do. I can, yeah. You're not wrong. That's definite. It definitely is. Can you just put that over there, please? Thank you, pal. Thanks, friend. Just friend. No thanks. One thing we can do is with channel points, we can do a redeem a build. I think I already have one. I just pick. Here we go. Okay, these should both be enabled now. So if we go into channel redemption, yes, there's a new choose my build and pick a survivor or killer. They're probably a little high in price, to be honest. I'll go back and fix it later. Oh well. Okay, time to ready up. Also, guys, I got a nice Steve fit tonight. And I'm also ready for it to get cooler so I can start wearing my onesies on stream again. I got a Totoro one. I got a Christmas one. I got a flying squirrel one. I need to get more. Oh, there was one more thing that I was going to show you guys. Speaking of clothes, there's something really cool that I found recently. If I go to Twitter, let's switch on over here. I think I liked it on this account. You guys don't follow my Twitter? I feel like you should, because it's a fun place to be. Yeah. Here it is. So, there are these sweatshirts here. Oh, we got a little tofu shirt. Cute. Honestly, that's okay, Kia. I log on to Twitter a lot. It's something that I'm like trying to get better at as well. Oh shoot, is it not? Oh, is it not on there anymore? It was limited. No, I was gonna buy one of those. That makes me so sad. Damn. Oh well, maybe it'll come out again. I think I follow them. Yeah, I do. Anyways, they were, let me go over to here real quick. They were custom embroidered sweatshirts with different Pokemon. And this Gengar one, I really wanted this Gengar one. It's so fucking cool, dude. Look how sick that is. Oh, I love it. But maybe they'll do another one because these seem to be very popular. One of these days. Yeah, I've been looking at getting more jewelry and like some cool clothes from some of these smaller companies, because they have some really cool stuff, and you know, just some support some smaller peeps businesses because they make awesome things. Like I got a couple shirts from this LGBTQ plus clothing brand, and it is such a cool shirt. One of probably, you know, some of my favorite shirts that I have, and they're really nice. Oof. Yeah. All right, let's go. We are we're ready. I forgot to pick a challenge again. Fuck. After this one, I've said that like 3 games in a row now. After this one, I'll do it. Maybe. Honestly, I don't fucking know. Wait. Is that sound always here on this map? Is it a Myers?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm just imagining things. You need cool clothes. You got scrubs and PJs.
Right.
T-shirts and 1 pair of jeans. It was that startup sound. It just reminded me of Myers. But no, I'm in the same boat. I'm trying to get some cooler clothes that I know I won't like wear for a year and then stop wearing it. Like I want stuff that I'm gonna wear for a while. And I don't have a lot of sweatshirts either, and you know, stuff like that. So I'm just trying to get more versatile wardrobe choices. Wait, why am I seeing totems and stuff?
Oh, it's because I have a map that you can see.
Oh,
like,
I didn't know it showed for everybody.
It's enough. An add-on.
Oh, okay, that explains it. So have you guys been? Missed stream because you've been busy. I know you have been busy, but honestly, can't blame you. You're doing some fun stuff. Well, I guess like commissions and stuff. Hopefully it's fun. But at least, you know, a little bit. But no, we've been pretty good. I have some fun plans for September and October coming up. And I'm Aha, big stinky. Oh, you missed me. Fuck, he's so fast. Dude, you got your kicks on tonight. Woo. Okay. Chill out there, little speed racer. Yeah, no, keep running into stuff. Keep running into stuff. Don't chill out. Oh, shit. Oh, well. I forgot to get a perk 3 times in a row. But, yeah, we've been pretty good. I have kind of like a normal schedule now that school has started up, and we're just we're getting into the groove of things. So can't complain too much. Oh, we did get our fiber internet installed today, so we're doing fantastic on our internet. But yeah, the plan for stream tonight is to play is mostly DBD stuff, but at the end of the night, we're probably going to end off with some Valorant because I just love me some Valorant. And so we're going to do some of that. And we're also going to be playing with some of the Stream for a Cause peeps a little bit later. We're going to play like a game with them, and it'll be a fun time. I don't know what I just saw over there behind those rocks.
He's coming for you guys.
Oh, big stinky. This is what I saw behind the rocks. Oh, I know he's gonna be coming for me. I'm just gonna stay on the gym. Let me know when he's away from you. Oh, never mind. Okay. Fuck. But now we're just waiting for our AC to come get fixed. Which they're really taking a long ass time to come do it, that's for sure. Yeah, other than that, everything is doing very, very well.
Right now.
You what? I can't. What'd you say?
He's disconnected.
Why'd you DC?
No, he had Tombstone.
Oh, sorry. I am impaired.
No, it's fine. I did not expect him to have Tombstone though.
Yeah. I saw that skull and I was like, all right. Well, I can't. I goofed that one. I didn't mean to run into the truck. I think Saloon. Oh, the reason that you're probably not being sent to the game is because the map is down for a rework. Not a rework, for they gotta fix a couple things on the map. So that's probably why it's down and you can't go there.
Can't even see it in a notice though. And,
but it's that.
Took the offering and it should like let me keep it, you know?
It really should, but I mean, you know how it is. Sometimes they just don't do those things. But that one, the Saloon, and I don't know, there was one other, I forget which one. It was one of the like earlier maps. Yeah, they're down because they had like some infinite loops, and then there's a room where you get trapped if the killer didn't break a door down or something. It was some issues. Andy's coming right back. Oh, little stinky boy. Little stinky Myers boy didn't leave the hook. I'm just kidding. He does leave the hook, but he comes right back. Honestly, just do it. If you're gonna do it, just do it. Damn, girl.
Hey, don't yell.
Damn. No, it's all good. Was that you or was it the other person? I couldn't tell. Was it Dwight or?
No, I gotcha.
Oh, I thought it was. I wasn't really paying too much attention. I thought Dwight was like going back and forth with me. I was like, Dwight, you're killing me.
Oh, dude. Okay.
I mean, at this point, honestly, I'm either gonna die on the hook or die on the ground, so it is what it is. We might as well get a couple more points.
He wants to.
I need head on.
This Dwight so badly.
He wants to tombstone me. I assume. I don't know. No, I keep meaning to bring head on so I can like smack these kind of killers because that makes them so mad. But I forgot. Lovely weather we're having. Nice green skies. Man. At least we're not in the hurricane's path. I heard there's like really bad flooding up northeast and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, there.
Uncle Bobby B with the resub. Sorry, this killer was scaring me. 16 months. Thank you. How's your night?
If he gets tier 3, make sure to jump into a locker. He can't more you then.
Really?
Well, I guess you're last. Yeah. I mean, you're last hook anyway, so either way you're dead. But look, he's stuck with her.
Yeah. There we go. Ugh.
Oh, he's leaving.
Aw, lame. You don't want to come get me? Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, bug.
You got me.
Oh, no. That's good so far. Playing DVD with friends and working on Last of Us Grounded. Nice. Sounds like a nice time. I hope your games are going well. This game's a little iffy. But, you know, some games are good, some games are bad. How's the DVD going for you? Me and this Dwight are just... Oof. You're a noob at it, so just... I see.
You can jump on that gen here and the other way.
It's... Honestly, it's always a really good time. Even if you're new at the game, it still can be really fun if you're playing with some good people.
I'll let you know when he's on his way.
Gotcha,
Dwight
gotcha.
Has cat scare, whatever it's called.
Cat scare?
I think
That's
it's
a new
cat.
one.
What is it called? Spine chill.
Spine chill?
Cat scare.
You know what? I think that's my favorite one that I've heard so far.
He's headed back. He's headed. Oh, he's looking away. He's headed back. He's headed back.
Oh my, Dwight, you're blocking me.
I don't think he has enough stock yet. But
Oh, leave me alone.
there's no way he has enough stock to tier 3 again.
No! I watched him do it too. Like, I really just watched him.
Oh. Wow.
Oh no, and he's walking all over Noah's desk right now. Oh, we can... Shit, I didn't go at it from, like, straight on. Well, you can't tombstone me, stinky. Okay. Man, started playing it a whole week ago.
Just a
Well, look at
second
you.
away
You're
from
basically a
confident.
veteran, honestly. Like, you know everything there is to know at that point. Oh, Dwight. Oh, no. Well. Oh, shit. Faking him out. Dwight, it's not gonna happen. I appreciate it. Oh, it's okay. It was a good try. It really was. We're gonna run away. We're gonna do our little slug thing and just slime. Do a hatch.
Cat spawns by main building.
Spawn under me. Do it. You won't.
It should be spawned already.
Okay, no, we're not getting it. Oh, come on. I have adrenaline, but I'm not gonna get it. No, 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 no. Hatch only, Papa. Hatch only. Hatch only. Damn. No, 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 no. Damn it. Ah, that's what he said. Ah. All right, time for some more popcorn. It was a really good try. I never do well against Myers, to be honest. Oh, I do have a challenge. Repair a total of 12 gens. Say GG. Okay. You couldn't see it. You had barbecue, play with your food, save best for last, unrelenting. How you doing over there, Noah?
I'm good. How are you?
We're getting along. We're getting along with it. I don't. Those front pockets look like back pockets. All right, time to look at Discord again. Do. All right. Well, another. We shall do another. Oof. I mean, the games aren't going Oh, I need to switch out myself. The games aren't going terribly. Like, we're not getting like absolutely stomped per se. We're not stomping on them, but you know, it's been kind of a middle ground.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring Head On again though. Head On and the quick and the quiet. Quick and quiet, quick and quiet, quick and quiet. No. Got cupcakes because your birthday's in a couple days. Happy early birthday. Can you not eat them until your birthday? At work, they've had, at my work, they have like groups come in and they have like, you know, little parties and stuff. And some people have brought in cupcakes and like sometimes I get them and I'm like, oh shit, this is some good stuff. But no, they always look so good. I love cupcakes. Where's Q in the alphabet? I don't... Listen. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, you... That is absolutely how it usually goes. Like, there's never like a night of just like all like, you know, really good stuff. It's always, you know, there's always some good games, some bad games. You can, but you don't want them all gone before your birthday. I always, you know, my go-to is a cookie cake for my birthday. I don't know why. It's just something that I've always done, and I like it. Cookie cake is where it's at. Also, you might hear a fan in the background when I talk, just because it is hot, and I would like to not be. Yeah, cookie cake. Also, if you guys have ever had dirt cake, like it's kind of like pudding a little bit with like Oreos on top, and then you put like some people put worms in it. Hello, good luck, and also have fun.
The thing that I like about the classes I'm taking now is that they are directly relating to my new job.
Or ice cream cake. That too.
So the skills are immediately transferable. And
that is good.
Yeah, I like that.
Also, cheers again. Think.
I just want to be done with my bachelor.
I feel that.
What do you want to do after?
Also, here's a little Annie check for everybody
I'm
wanting to see some cat.
For a year to get my teacher's certificate. And then I want to teach high school biology during
She's
my
like
first
about
year
ready to
teaching.
fall
I can
asleep.
also work on my master's.
Okay,
Nice.
we're going to the same maps over and over. Burgy.
The certificate is
I will give her treats right after this.
Or is it?
But right after I give those treats, or right after this game, I'll give those. Also, how is your new place and your new phone? If it's not you, then who is it? Oh, it's Oni again.
Yeah, we said that.
Yeah,
I didn't hear. I don't know what's going on. I just got here. Oh shit. They knew. They knew. I was looking for a locker to hop in. Come back by. Come back, boy. Buddy boy. Yeah. Yeah. No slow walk here. Alright. There's no way that he would have let me do that. It was worth a shot. No, 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 come back. Come back, pick me up. Your big strong arms. Come back.
We should have gone to the power. There is no power.
Yeah, there isn't. I'd have to go a long way. Oh well. You took a nap and you're dead. Oh no, I hate those naps. It feels so good while you're taking it, but like, oh man, they take a toll. Oh. Place and phone, good. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. Should be getting a couch and a coffee table tomorrow. Oh, UPS is having issues. Oh no, why is that? Is it like, you know, not to like ask for too much info, but like, is it a house or do you live in like a complex where they like might have to leave it at a front desk area or something, or walk up a bunch of stairs? I don't know. I'm trying to think of some things. Oh shit. Oh god, go. Shit. Got a blast.
Literally uncleansable. It's in a position that it won't let me reach.
Really? I believe
Yeah.
it. I believe it. Sounds about right. Anything over here? No. All right, I gotta do something. I've been slacking this game. Hey, Jenny. Holy shit.
I thought it was out of his power.
Whoa. Are we all like on top of each other?
Yeah,
They're both
feeling.
me.
That makes sense. All right, I'm coming. Zoom. Zoom. I do have BT. So if you can take a hit, take a hit. No, no, take a hit, take a hit. Okay. And I'm getting up. Oh. Fuck. I thought I got it in time. No. This is so sad. Oh, man. There's some stairs up to the apartment, but it's not like... Oh, okay. No front desk. They can leave it outside your door. I don't know. I don't know. I've had that happen before, too, and it's just like, what the hell? I don't know. It always really sucks. I hope it gets there soon. I got some of my stuff from like Amazon. Like I got my couch and my coffee table and like a couple other pieces of furniture from there. Can't go pick it up. Yeah, most things don't fit in my car either, so I feel that. Although I always have Noah in his good old tiny Mazda truck. He has such a tiny truck. How you doing on the floor there?
Cody, I think I might play Valorant after this one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, I'll play Killer for a little bit then, just to get some in for the night, and then I'll
I
join
can't blame you.
Yeah, and I'll join you after. Because I don't want to close out just yet, so I can get that custom game in. But after that, I'm free to do whatever. What are you swinging at? Man. Well, yeah, it sounds like you got your hands full there. I mean, you could wiggle off. If you started wiggling already. All right. Well, we're just here for the extra points, I guess. And there we go. What a time.
Why was he holding me for so long?
Were you wiggling?
No. But like he should get his head to wiggle, so.
Well, if you're not wiggling, it doesn't really matter. You can hold you forever if you want.
I was expecting something out of it.
I don't know what you were expecting. Oh. There goes the grow light. All right. Well, GG's.
Well, geez. Yeah.
It was an interesting game. Gosh dang.
Yeah, that's a word for it.
All right. Well, I think it's killer time.
All right, and I'm gonna peace out. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye.
Thanks for the games, Cap Soty.
Good thing.
You're my favorite streamer.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right, Noah.
Popping.
Oh shit! I just went back to Survivor. All right. Well, we're halfway to what's it called? Prestiging. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's called. Well, anyways, what do we have? We have GG2 Bobsome. GG's. We have a stun decrease. And this lowers hair radius. All right. Hi, Kudos. Thank you for the lurk. I hope your stream went well tonight. I started early so we could play with some people before they had to go. But I hope it went very well and you got what you needed to on your little Donkey Kong run through. All right. Aww. No. Not one bit. He does have some soft shoulders. You got it right. Also, Bobsome, I hope your games go very well tonight. By that one game, it seems like they're going pretty well already. Keep it up. Wish you the best. All right. Let's see. I don't know if let me type. I don't know. I just messaged the person and I was like, hey, if you could ping me, I would appreciate it very much. Yeah. Lucky guess. You know what? Turned out good. It was a good guess. 10 out of 10. Also, Koodles. Hope your shoulders are also equally as soft. And I would also like to update people. Noah is now watching some car crash videos. All right, they said they're going to play a couple normal games, so we should be able to get some killer games in, and then we'll hop on over, and after that, we're probably going to switch on over to some Valorant and get that going. Yeah, we've dropped this many frames. So nice after dropping pretty much half of them every stream. Yeah. Some good stuff right there. Good soup. It's stuck on my head. Just these TikTok sounds. It gets you. Gosh dang. All right. Let's get ready to do some Death Slinger. Let's turn our sensitivity down. Romp. We're ready to get going. We got our gun with our little withering writhing things. I don't know what it's called. Our little things that go. You're welcome for the sound, by the way. We got some of those. All right. Hey, pals. Hey. Oh. Hey, pals. Oh my gosh. Hi. I can't tell if they went over. Oh. They did. Where? We're just gonna... I don't know. They're over here somewhere. Are they around the back, maybe? There they are. We can at least injure them. All right, injure them, break the pallet, kick the gen. The whole thing. Reload our gun, take a walk, have a picnic in the park. Just take about all the time in the world. It's our first game, so I don't expect too much out of us here. Shit. Oh man, she committed. No way, dude. No way. We got her. Hey, we got her. We got her. All right, moving on. We need to go kick that gen over there because it's a little further along than I would prefer. To be honest. Hey, pals, can you not do this gen? Hello, Beach Dwight over here. What a cutie. All right, you know the drill. Hit once. Hey, just kidding. We have the shot. We might as well take it. All right, go ahead and reload because he's low. Oh, man. These people, dude, they're getting these gens done like nobody's business. Sheesh. Where you going, dude? Dwight. Okay. Oh. Bad luck, I guess. Oh, there you are, dude. No, it's a Kate. Shoot. I thought I was running out of mouse pad there. I was not. Okay, can we shoot ya? You're too far away. How you get so far away? Gosh dang. Oh, there we go. Bonk. Wait, are you injured already? No way you were injured already. Come on, dude. All right. Yeah. Moving on. Let's go kick a gen. We're good at that. We're just gonna kick the same one. Oh. Don't you just knock it off. Give you a little pippity pop. Move on over. Hey. Oh shit, you got an anniversary flashlight. Good thing we don't have Franklin's. That thing would be gone. Though we might want to play some other killers just because we've been playing Deathslinger so much. I do want to play somebody else. All right, Lori. E-bump. You got to get a couple hooks in this game. All right. Oh, perfect. The hook right here. Thank you so much for dying right here with me. Make sure to come back and play again. Not dead though. This isn't being worked on. I gotta go check that other gen. Hopefully we can get some good progress. Oh shit, I see you guys. Ah, shit. Kick it. Oh, dude, chill. You don't need to be blowing the gen up that fast. I mean, I'll take it. Absolutely. But still. All right, let's go back to the other gen over there. Right there. Y'all. What the hell am I doing? Gosh dang, shaking my head, dude. Let's go check this one. Shut up, Dwight. Shut up. They're all alive, but they're really blowing the shit out of these gens. All right, he kind of threw that down for nothing. I wasn't even over here. Hey, Kate. Hey, look at us. Sharpshooter. Oh, shit, I was hoping she ran into like a dead end there with those trees. All right, let's load our gun again. We can probably get her. It's pretty open space. None of the gens are too far along to where I need to like stay. If that makes sense. And I'll get pop off this, so any progress they do get goes goodbye. All right. Here you go. Have fun. Enjoy your time on the hook. This one's just for you. Well, shit. They got that done so fucking fast. I take it back. Anybody working on this one? No. Do we want to be a meanie? Be a little mean? No. We'll let it. Do what you want, girl. Be who you are. Dwight kind of... He got you there. You would have had a pallet. You still over here? What the hell? I didn't mean to swing. Okay. Weedle-dee-doo. Nobody in here. Hello. Nobody's over here? Really? I'll just chill. Okay, I don't need to go anywhere. They're coming back. Yeah, Dwight. Dwight. Come back to me. She dies on the ground. She dies on the ground. Fine, I'll pick you up. Hi, girlie. No, no, no. Come back. Not getting away that easily. There we go. I gotta get one of you. Come on. Come on. Somebody's got to go. There we go. Is it a little mean? Maybe. But that's our job. We are the killer, not the let 'em goer. The more you know. All right, popcorn break. We give a little guga. Oh shit, I gotta choose a new challenge, guys. It also helps if you send the message after typing it. Okay. So good. Okay. Do we have any dailies that we can get done? Legion, nurse, best singer. We just have to kill one person. Okay, let's go ahead and do Legion. We got little bunny boy over here. We'll do bloody party streamers. Decreases fatigue. Yeah, I'll take it. Also decreased fatigue. Detection range is increased. We'll do the detection range. All right, we just have to inflict them with deep wounds. Nope, we gotta choose a new challenge too. That's what we gotta do. Damage. Popcorn kernels. Damage 12 generators. Generator? Barely know her. It's a bad joke. Will I stop saying it? No. It's here to stay. Also, we are finding matches so freaking fast. And then... yeah, we got Franklin's. Too many too many items. One thing you must know, as a killer, items, flashlights especially. That Lori, after those flashlights, it had to happen. There's no way that it was not gonna happen. Not gonna not happen. Is that how you say that? Yeah. Either way, you get the idea. Uh-oh. The Grave of Glenvale, aka the Selene. I think September 7th is when these maps are going to be reactivated. As far as I know, the saloon isn't an option to go to. Because it was from the regular DBD account. It wasn't from the mobile. But I know sometimes I look at the mobile and it's like, these maps are disabled. And I'm like, I literally just went there. Right now. We'll see. Have a little music. And of course, it's the end of the song. All right, you know what? No music for us. Whatever. You guys ready to get some little Bunny Legion action on? I know I am. About 109% ready. All right. Actually, you know what? Since it's later in the evening, I think we're going to go ahead, switch the light behind us. We're gonna make it all colorful. All right. So we have to Feral Frenzy 4 people. 4 people. Holding up the wrong amount of fingers. And we're all good. Also, it's taking a really long time to load into this match, and I don't know why. And, all right. You know what? I can never find anybody on this map, but maybe this will be a first time. Hey, pal. My sensitivity is so high compared to like what I do with Deathslinger. Oh man. Oh shit! We got some pals! Silent Hill Bunny. Yeah. This is Legion. Good old Legion. Honestly, this is one of my favorite skins. Almost. No! Now it's just a regular hit. We gotta do 3 more people. We almost had her. We almost had her. Oh. Damn it. Yeah, good old Legion. 2 people! Hey, we got it. All right, you gonna use up all the pallets on the map? I take that as yes. We need to damage generators, not get pallets, but you know what? I appreciate the gumption. That is basically a useless pallet. Ah! Yes, I love this skin. It's one of my favorite skins for Legion. Nobody's gone in a locker yet. We'll see if they did it, if they think I had barbecue or not. You sneaky little fang, you. Sneaky, sneaky. I almost didn't see her. I didn't see her at all. I just heard her. He already used that pallet. Yeah, no, I just heard her breathing. It's so loud. I don't even have a breathing like Strider or anything like that. Fang's just like mouth breathing at max volume. I feel that. I mean, you do what you gotta do sometimes. I don't know where they went. Hey, girl. I got a lot left. All right. Coming for you, Lori. I'm taking that med kit right out of your hands. I'm prying them out. And you're down. Have any games where you just absolutely like stomped on him tonight? Yeah? I'm not saying me right now. I'm like, you know, for you, Bobby. All right, let's go look at some gens. We got any over here? Oh shit, I got a message. Oh no, I'm in the middle of a game. At least we'll know to like not play another one. How do I get downstairs? I just saw them healing. This is a tragedy. How will I ever recover from this crushing defeat? Oh, stairs. Can I get out of here? I went the long way around. Run, 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 run. You got this. We're just gonna go after Fang just because this pallet. You know what? It's honestly, I don't remember at this point. I do not remember at this point. Okay. We accidentally touched caps lock in the middle of that fight. We were yelling. Okay. Oh, I see these messages here and I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Not ignoring. I just cannot get to them right now. Sorry, I'm not at the phone right now. But please call back. Please leave your number and I'll call back. Hey. Hey. Guys. Hey guys. What gin are you working on? You got... this one? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, they're really... oh my god. How the hell do I get over there? What the hell? It's inside? I don't know. I don't know anything about this map. I'll probably sooner like end the game before I figure out how to navigate this map. And it's still so far away. Oh my god, guys. You're fucking killing me. There's a girl over here. I hear breathing. Oh, you just got out of a locker. He's exposed. You're lucky I don't know how to get up there. Shit, we do know. Hey. I heard you in the locker up here. Good thing I'll never find you. Oh my gosh. Okay. I legitimately am lost. Please help me. Yeah, right over the ledge. Bonk. I don't know where anything is. Is there like a stairway over here? Can I like... there we go. No, I almost pulled her off. Fang, are you okay? You tried, and that is what matters. Fang, I'm sorry, but you were the slowest out of the bunch. So it looks like you're the one that's gonna go down. Womp womp. I hear your friend running over here. All right. Oh, thank God. I was worried it was gonna be blocked off. Hey, girly. I heard you running. Are you over here? No, she went back, didn't she? Yeah, she did. Shoot. That's where all the gens are. Oh my God, how do I get out? Oh, hello, exposed? Come here. I give up. I don't know how to... I can't even get up over there, so I think we're just gonna move on. This is a bad map to have this on. Chill! I'm making my way over. Do it again. Do it again. Ah! I didn't mean to do this. Oh, right into the chair. That is unfortunate. Hey, a totem. Thank you, dude. Oh, there's only one gen left, too. They're doing a good job. Props to them. Although I'd prefer it if they weren't. Nope, like not to be negative or anything, but it's much easier on me. Oh, Ace, you poor soul. They just keep doing it. And they like expect something different. Like they just keep hiding in corners. I get it works sometimes. But like it doesn't work if everybody does it all the time. Watch out. You almost stepped in a fire, dude. That could have hurt. Oh my gosh. Hey. I got you though, don't worry. She's almost dead. Oh, you got her down. What a pal. The bestest friends that there ever was. All right. Upstairs, and we're just gonna run. I did not mean to do that. We're gonna get right back out of frenzy. Thank you very much. We're gonna look for two little pals healing. We're also gonna kick this gen because I have a gen challenge right now. It's the last gen. I don't see anybody healing. Yeah, seems about right. Ooh, he was healed hella fast. Holy. Oh, might as well destroy some of this on the way. Although this lorry sure is taking a while. Oh, they walked right by me. Kinda. Maybe? Yes! Lori! Oh, girl. Really? Again? Poor Lori. All right. Here we go. Then we kick the gen and we just stay on our merry way. All right. Do I hear somebody else breathing? Is that it? All right, I think we're gonna go. All right, kick this. I think we're gonna frenzy if we get close enough, just so we can figure out where everybody is. And so we can just go ahead and hop over pallets. I hate this. This has done nothing for me. I thought I could get around somehow. I cannot. Oh my god. I also did not mean to frenzy again, but here we are. And we'll kick this. Well, I just don't quite know where to go. I guess we'll head back over to the other gen. Yeah, it's kind of getting some work on it. Trying to look around before I really do anything. I do have Iron Maiden, so if they get out of a locker... Oh, that was a bird. Check in here. Damn. It does help us open lockers faster, which is nice. I think we're just going to stay in this little area because we can kind of peek at all the gens. And see if anybody's doing things they shouldn't be. Which is doing a gen. You should not be doing that. Not allowed. I don't know where they're at though. We're just gonna open some of these lockers. This is the locker roulette part. Oh man. What about... I just don't know where they would be. Oh, yes, I do. It's hiding over here. Sneaky, sneaky. Why doesn't she, like, go around the loop? I haven't kicked it yet. I don't know why. She went back, didn't she? No. She just kept going. I just didn't see the scratch marks. Oh my god. Oh, girl, what you doing? I think I have. I don't think I've hooked her actually. I could be wrong here, but I don't think I have. Also, I don't know where this ace is. I think they regen themselves. Yeah, definitely looks like it. How do I get up now? Shit. All right, we're gonna be a bit of a butthole and go like right to her. Okay, never mind, I guess. We can't even freaking get out of this hallway. We're outside now? How do I get out of here? Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? How does anybody get around this map? That's some bullshit right there. Stay there. Don't move. Is he up here? Ace, my boy. Where you going? Was he just going to the door? Yeah. He absolutely is. Okay, let's go. I don't want to let him get out of here. Oh shit, he didn't go over there. Where is he? There he is. You're a little late. She's dead, unfortunately. Sorry about your loss. I'm gonna cut you off here. Just kidding. You weren't even going there. I'm really confused on what this guy's doing. If he's just trying to like run out the clock or something. Oh, the hatch. Is it up here? No, it was downstairs. I don't know where the fuck it is. If it gets it, it is what it is. I literally don't know. Ah, there it was. I can't find anything on this map. I really can't. All right. Let me... Was out of here. GG. Was everybody... Yeah. Okay. Continue. I gotta add somebody. Quick. They might be in a game right now. Let me check real quick. I believe they're also streaming at the moment. Let's say do. Well, I gotta wait a second actually. All right. They are in a match. Although the exit door is open. All right. Well, I mean, we can just kind of chill out for a second while we wait here. Then he will message here. I will. There you go. Now you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, the games have been pretty good tonight, though. Like, I can't complain. Our last game, only one person got out. Which, compared to the one before that, is pretty good, where we only got one person. Yeah, it's just been a little bit since I played just any DVD, really. The goal was to play Sunday and Monday, but obviously the internet did not cooperate, so. But we're here now and we're all good. Internet is loving us. Oof. Oh, and what I was talking about earlier, I added channel point redemptions for choose a perk and choose a survivor/killer or whatever I'm doing. So I mean, those are there if you guys ever are interested in that. Popcorn's really good. And I dropped it. It's for you. I was gonna drop it on my drink. Shaking my head, dude. Now let's see what he's saying. Oh.
So a lot of it is right now, I think, Jimmy, it's pediatric cancer month, right, for September. And you're trying to raise enough money to get 43 switches.
I'm sorry, I just saw Logan run past you guys at the exit.
Yeah, I haven't really played with any of these guys before because I'm kind of new to this
We were just healing,
community here, but they all seem like they are very fun, pretty cool people.
Good.
I never even saw Jumpy. I saw him once. I saw Jumpy once.
Oh, I saw Jumpy up close and personal a couple of times.
Yeah.
You
Charity
did.
Gaming was one of the
He
ones
wanted to
that,
say hi.
I really liked.
I think I did. pretty
Yeah,
good.
so anybody who's doing a charity stream with us in October, all month, we're going to be talking about charity gaming, what they do, how what they do affects
All right.
kids. So a big part of what charity gaming does is that they are...
So, anyways, let's see. Check discard real quick. Excuse me. Woof. But yeah. Sorry, it's just kind of like a little waiting period. I'm very excited to start. What's it called? True Colors, the new Life is Strange game coming out. Very excited. It looks really good. I love Life is Strange games. We played the second one with the brothers. Oh my god. These story games we've been playing just killing me. 12 minutes? Honestly, that was one of the best games that we have played lately. Honestly, so freaking good. Oh my god. Woo. So I really like that game, and the ending on it just blew me away. By blew me away, I mean like kind of like okay, but also, you know, it mixed emotions, if you may. All right. I think I sent the request. Did I? Let me see. Let me switch back to this view real quick so I can do that. Ending. Oh, yes. Okay. Oof. Oh, also, I might be able to stream Saturday night. I wouldn't count on it, but that could be a possible stream. Obviously, I'll post it on socials and Discord if I know. It'll be a little bit later in the day because they let me know around like sometimes 2 to 3. It just depends how soon they know. So we'll see. That might be a day. And if not, I won't be back Monday because it's Labor Day and I'll be working. But Tuesday will be the next stream day after that. And I'll say this again at the end of stream here. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at some things. Man. I was gonna show something else off too, but I forgot. I forgot what it was. Oh, there's Leon over there now. Like if you look over here, I guess they just switch out because it's Steve, Jeff, Ace, Leon. Oh. Interesting. I guess we'll look at the store just in the meantime, just to kill a little time before they message. Noah, did you get the streamer thing? You got this, right? Also, November 7th or something is your last time to get some of these, especially this one. Ooh. Oh, I got a message. Bum, bum, bum. Let's say. Bum, bum, bum. I guess he messaged me like halfway through. I don't know. We're just chilling in the meantime. All the Demogorgon skins are just something else, you know? I think I might buy this one just because it seems so gross. I kind of like it. What is it? Who had... Oh, the Blight. I do really like this one right here. It's probably one of my favorite Greek skins to happen. Here. In the meantime, I figure we'll just get started and play another killer match here. Nurse, blink to a survivor and hit them 4 times. We can do this. We got it. Here we go. Is it this one that I use? Oh no, it's this
There'd be
one.
a reaction. There would be a reaction.
Oh, let's do that real quick. Fight that one. Oh, we still have the Halloween event stuff. We're gonna have new Halloween stuff coming up here soon. I'm still not gonna have her leveled up. Okay, so we have decreases blink fatigue, and then we have extra blood points and deviousness. We'll do this one. It increases the blink distance. Yeah, no, that's fine. We have Thanatophobia, Pop, Nurse's Calling, and Strider. Because I don't think we have much else. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, we do have some other stuff. Not too much though. You know, it's fine. The other ones I'm not really feeling here. All right. We're getting into games so fast. Okay. That's the I'm really surprised. I'm surprised that that's the first time I've seen that name. No, look at this name. Noah said to send him a friend request. I don't know if I'm gonna do that.
No, I meant.
I'll be friends with him in game. I'm probably not gonna kill anybody. I'm playing nurse. I just have to blink and hit a survivor 4 times. It could be any of them, honestly. It doesn't have to be good. I just have to smack them. Not even with my knives. Ah. Smack. Oh shit, we got a cake, an escape cake, in my little cocoon. Hollow shell. My little hollow shell. All right. Volume it. Let's get our nurse on. I don't expect us to do very much here, but maybe. Sometimes we get lucky. Sometimes we play Bubba and we 4K. It really depends. Oh shit, daytime. Here we go. I'm ready. I'm prepped. I got... I'm not even gonna say that. All right, nurse, my girl. You too. Hey, we did it! Yippee! That's 1. 1. Oh, hell yeah, dude. We just smacked a generator. That's not what I wanted. Where the hell did she go? Come back. I promise I won't hit you. I promise. She's like, hold on, before I go down, let me just grab this pallet real quick. All right, she's going on this gin over here. It's kind of far away, but it'll do. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to get your friend back here. I am sorry. I truly am. Shit. Where's she running to? I can't see where my blink is. Oh wait, no, that's normal. I'm leaving her alone because I'm not trying to be stinky. Just kidding. We're going back. I just heard somebody. Come back. Cry louder. I can't hear you. Oh, shit. Y'all, I'm fucking losing it. Yikes. I'm not good at the nurse. But I am here. Trying my best. Oh. You have another SWF. Ooh, fancy. Please just let me hit you, dude. I just need to get the challenge done, honestly. I can wait a second. I can absolutely wait a second. Will I? I don't fucking know. Y'all, I can't. So you're playing with more friends? Ooh. Survive with friends is elite. Oh, you're the killer with the survive with friends. Maybe? I don't know. I'm just here. I don't know what's going on. Don't mind me. All right. Beepity bonk. Beepity beep. So that's 2 people hit with the blink. I really wish that would have worked for Before Your Eyes. I saw somebody else play it on stream. And they, you know, could use the blink function, and it was really, really cool. Very cool function. Hey, that's 3 people. One more, boy. That dead. We're gonna just pretend the dead heart saved him. I'm the nurse. The nurse does not heed pallets. She is pallet. I don't know. I was really trying to come up with something there. I couldn't. It's okay. Hey. I see we had a pal over here just... We're so slow. We had somebody over here. Where did they go? We're just gonna go around to the gens at this point. Because I have no clue where they went. I kicked the gen. I saw scratch marks and they were gone. When I came back... Oh... Am I really not seeing where they are? Like, are they really being this sneaky? There's no way. No way. Ooh, they scare you. Somebody was crouching here for a while. Oh. We got him. We can blink and hit him, I promise. He didn't even go this way. We're goof. We goofed. It's okay. I saw that. What the why am I in the basement? What the hell, dude? What the hell? Why are we playing nurse again? Oh, killing me. Oh. House, please. Oh, God. Okay. We got this. We've only hooked 3 people, but we got this. I could have picked him off. I'll take it. Hey, there's Hatch. Let's go to the basement. Let's go to the basement. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I'm just making fun of David's grunts. Don't mind me. Just nurse things. I don't want to talk about it. Wow. Hello. We're not gonna stay by him if they want to come get him. Hey, you won't be next. Hey, girl. Thank you for your sacrifice. Very much appreciated. Love you. It's so fucking dark out here. Why is it so dark in the shack? Like, this isn't normal, right? You stay on the ground. She stays. Actually, we'll pick her up. She'll DS us, and we'll go get her. Okay, or no DS, and we'll just hook. Okay. Moving on. Anybody over there? Hey, girl. All right, you can go get your pal. It's fine. I won't be mad this time. We're almost done. Almost done. Let's see. David! Ah! Oh. All right. And hooked. He's dead. He's dead. So then. And we're probably not going to get there in time. It was worth a shot. Makes sense. It was worth a shot. I got some extra points out of it. It is what it is. All right. 10 out of 10, honestly. We got some bloints. Let's see. All right, here we go.
100 active working serial killers that live and reside in the continental United States, or I read books. What's one or the other?
It's a lot of serial killers.
I'm going with serial killer.
I mean, serial killers read books. It's been proven.
It has been proven.
Hey, everybody. So this is Cap Soty.
Hello.
Who's a wonderful streamer, plays a lot of Dead by Daylight. Super fun. Do you have you have an underscore in your name, right?
Yes.
Oh, not me. Okay.
Nice to meet
Right
you,
there.
Soty.
Cap Soty. Yes. So give them a follow. So they're another Stream for a Cause streamer. They also have a super cute cat.
We have all those cute cats.
They have
cats.
all the cute cats. Like if you like cats, like if that's your
Good
vibe,
job.
this is the
Job,
place to
Swizzle.
be.
Sweezy.
I'm going in spectator mode.
No one likes cats.
I don't like cats.
No.
Okay, so am I not joining them? I'm confused.
You are absolutely joining, but we do need you to get. You're gonna have to join off of Logan, or are you on Steam, or are you on?
I'm on PS4, but you guys can add me.
I assume this is the
Dead by
group,
Daylight.
but I'm just gonna mute just in case.
Yes.
But thanks for the
So
follow.
I'm gonna put my stuff up here. We're gonna go ahead and have you add me. It's right there on my screen, please.
Here, the cat.
Else to
Well,
everybody
one cat.
Wait, where is it? Cause
It's on
Just one of them right
Jumpy
now.
Juice's stream, not on
Annie.
Logan's.
oh, okay. Where's your stream at then, so I can take a look?
It's John B. Juice, all one word. Now I just have to
Oh.
find on this list Cap, so he can come and join me.
Here, I
Or you can
will
just join off with me.
join game.
Yeah, running these Dead by Daylight tournaments, I have only 500 million people added.
They are so cute. I also have Flash and Echo
That's
as well.
a
So
beautiful
the-
Steve look.
Oh, thank you. We just this is new. We're trying out something different.
Oh,
I like
you
the
know.
rubber gloves.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
It's
And
so
the
we don't get
knee-high
the stink
socks.
on us from the killers.
I think that that's fair, yeah. I think that that's very fair.
I always get so like overwhelmed in customs because I'm like, I can do anything, but I don't know what.
There's too much power, too
I
much
know.
responsibility.
I'll just go with the default, I guess.
If you are in my chat, Cap, you should ! raffle because I'm giving away one of these awesome Stream for a Cause gamer jerseys today.
Sure.
And you're gonna get one tonight. Well, somebody's gonna get one tonight, so just definitely get entered.
Don't break your promises.
Yeah,
now,
you're like,
John B.
whoa.
Riffle, yes! ! Riffle.
Oh, did I
We're
really
not
type that?
saying, Swayze's gonna win, but Swayze might win. He does have a chance, according to the rules.
Yes, according to the terms of the raffle, Swayze is equally entered to everybody else.
All right, so
I'm
Swayze
glad
can
that you'll all never let me forget Riffle. Thank you.
And
I mean,
obviously, if
that's
Swayze
the
doesn't win,
secret
we all
raffle,
just
the
say
rifle.
rigged in chat.
Perfect.
Perfect.
So tell us a little bit about what you like to stream, Cap. I know that you play a lot of Dead by Daylight. I've also saw you playing some like platformers, kind of like top-down
I
platformer
mean-
thing recently.
Top down, seat back, rolling in my Cadillac.
It's pretty much that, yeah.
It's mainly DBD. We've been playing some Valorant lately because I just can't escape it. It's addicting, really. I was like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I cannot stop doing it now.
What, are you touching yourself again? I told you, you can just stop touching yourself.
But what else? I mean, I try to do at least a story game every month, and then we're doing some smaller indie, like horror kind of spooky games up until October, like a little teaser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're like if you haven't checked it out, itch.io has a lot of really good like free spooky games.
That's very cool, actually. So for people who are doing, especially the Halloween streams, that's a great resource to get some spooky games.
I found all of that from TikTok as well.
Oh, awesome. I'm giving up on Visage because it's actually too hard for me. I'm not qualified.
Visage anyways. What is the actual point of that game?
I
think that you're demonic.
It basically describes like each of those people are people that have lived in the house and basically what's happened to them, and you live their lives in kind of a twisted way. That's kind of the like point behind it, but it's really hard.
I had my dog come into the bathroom with me when I had to pee because I was a little scared after I played it.
I don't blame you.
I was watching. All right. Has anybody ever seen the original Evil Dead before? Like the original one's a little scary because I mean there is a point where there's some graphic stuff with a tree in it. It's a little bit scary. The second one, there's like green blood and whatnot, and it's more campy. And then Army of Darkness is obviously Army of Darkness. Well, I was watching Evil Dead 1 with my girlfriend at the time, and she asked me for a glass of water. I paused the movie, went downstairs, got a glass of water. Right when I came back up, the lights in the bedroom were turned on, and I feel like a lot of these games are kind of like Evil Dead. They're meant to be scary, but at the end of the day, you're kind of just laughing about it.
I mean, there's always a point where you play a scary game, at least for me, and then after so much scare, you're like, well, okay. Like it just kind of is like loses the scare factor a little bit.
I don't think any of them are. I mean, like, seriously, I was playing Phasmophobia. The most fun I had was messing with my team by flicking the lights on and off.
It's so fun to do that. I get scared every time. One of my friends just goes into the microphone really loud. And it scares me.
So what I'm going to do there, Emily, is we're going to do one round while we're waiting for you. Then so that we can get one going so that we can get our murdered. And then what we can do is we can have you trying to get in there and get me added while you're waiting. Does that work?
Yeah. Do you think I could try to add Logan instead, though?
You absolutely can. That totally works.
Hey, Logan is
1041.
What?
Logan Radio 1041. It's right in the title of the stream if you forget it.
Okay.
Just needs that hashtag.
I had such a hard time reading your name.
Do you want to bring any other
because
totems, maybe?
Because you had TTV in your name, correct?
I do, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I was having I have like very poor eyes. I'm sorry. I'm like.
Oh no, you're completely fine. Completely fine.
Okay.
I think we're good with what we
I'm
got.
ready up because Mintius Fox is the killer, so we're all gonna die.
Exciting.
That's fun. So what I'm gonna do is just give away a sticker, again, because I can. So we have one for Mama May. We have one for, I gotta write it down so I don't forget. Morg.
Right, pre-game stretch.
Mama May.
Gotta get it in.
We're gonna do another sticker because we've had a few more people join. Get one for Charity Gaming in there. Sploop. Ponyo, you want a sticker? I'm not mailing it to you. You live so close. You can just get it next time I see you.
Guys, Annie is up.
Same for that.
Hi, Annie.
Honestly, just let it blow in the wind, see if it goes his way.
There she goes.
If we get a strong eastern gust, you just have to look for it somewhere around that side of Michigan.
I don't know if you can see her back here or not. Yeah, you can. A little bit.
Okay, Swayze, you ready up, and then
You'd love us some Annie here.
All right, cool, I'm ready.
He's so cute.
Nobody's
killer.
Mintius.
Shake.
So we're already dead. We're walking corpses.
There goes Noah walking behind
we
me.
are walking corpses.
That's been me all night on my games.
So I thought you were playing killer.
Well, I was playing killer at the end because I was like,
yeah.
this is enough survivor.
I know. I hit that moment where it's like, you know what? I just want to fuck somebody up myself. I'm done with this
Honestly.
bullshit. Like, it's time to just kill somebody.
Where do I go to add a friend? I'm not used to adding people. And when I try to search, it's just telling me to search my friends.
It's just a little plus sign in the bottom left-hand corner.
All right, guys, we got this.
Plus sign?
We have head on.
Or I'm sorry, it's a little like
borrowed time,
sorry,
adrenaline,
it's a plus
and
sign
quick and
once you
quiet.
open the
So,
little menu, it should be like two people
going in
standing
those lockers
kind
and
of next
we're
to each other.
Scaring people.
Yeah, the plus sign. Oh yeah, right next to the character. Yeah. Well, I go to like the name of it, but when I go up to like do the plus next to the person, it just tells me to search for somebody I've added already.
Oh, you should just be able to hit add friend. It might not be working. It may, I don't know. Like, it could just be something on your system that's not allowing you to do it. In which case, we'll have to pull you in for some other games at another time, unfortunately.
Look at my cute toolbox.
But otherwise, because it should be right there. You can also look it up on Google, and there's usually a nice little walkthrough there that might be able to help you.
Okay.
All right.
It's already here.
Toolbox right away. That was quick.
I know,
Shame.
right?
Ah, shoot.
Oh, God.
Don't mind me just blowing stuff up. We're starting off strong.
Oh, this is awful.
Oh, shoot.
Listen, you know what's in our favor? He's not playing Blight right now.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's go. I got this.
Oh, yeah, we're going. We're
Oh,
going.
no.
Ergo 3D. Oh, no!
Oh, God, we went.
No, that was my fault. Dylan, I was reading chat. Ergo 3D.
Oh, gosh.
Cool, you like it?
I didn't realize Logan was the person who popped so early. He
Oh,
just got on
shoot.
there and then immediately blew it.
Not that.
It's the thought that counts.
I have no idea.
Hi, Quilby. No, it's totally okay. I'm just kidding, Logan. So sometimes those skill checks, the character that you're playing right now, a lot of people like him because he has an ability that lets you,
We
your
tried.
teammates can go faster when you work together.
We've definitely had.
Okay.
This isn't the best map for lockers for head on,
Matthias is
to
killing
be
us, Quilby,
fair.
I'm horrified.
Although I love that Oni.
Exclamation point raffle is well,
Hold
Quilby.
on. Oh my gosh.
I hope everybody's good. Oh shit.
Man,
All right.
my DVD's a little rusty. I haven't played in like a week.
Dwight is used a lot. That's this guy's name, Dwight.
Yep.
Ooh, love me some Dwight.
I don't understand why he's still wearing a tie. You would think he would take it off.
Use it to choke the killer to death or something.
The newer killers are OP as shit. Yeah, what is this killer anyways?
This is Oni. So he's like a freight train.
He's kind of like
Here, wait
Billy
here.
in a way.
Come back.
Just his ability at least.
He's
I'm gonna keep you alive.
He's right there. He's right there.
Yep.
Thanks for the back rubs.
Always time for a good rub.
Oh, always.
Logan got away. That was the key part of what we were doing there.
All right. Well, I appreciate you getting me away. I mean, I did
Yep.
it. I did it.
You did it. Good job, Logan.
Right?
He's winning right now.
I got him.
Logan's winning again, guys. Logan is just always winning tonight.
That's pretty much how everything goes. A lot.
That's the law. Logan always winning.
All right. I don't have any.
Quilby, look at our jerseys. Look at these jerseys.
I'm running.
Okay, here we go.
I'm running.
Aren't they awesome?
I have head on here.
A shit ton of stacks and health with a charge attack. No one likes them.
Oh.
I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm coming. Oh, they already got you. I'm healing you, bud.
You're-
healing you.
I love it. Thank you. Yeah, I love these jerseys. They're so cool.
My chat was like, he's right there. They start screaming, like, oh my god, why?
I got this. I got
How
this.
would you say such a thing?
Good job. Good job.
No worries, non sequitur.
I have head on, and it just betrayed me so bad.
You see those,
Did you apply
I
directly
popped
to the
out,
forehead?
and the Oni just turned right
Still
back
don't
to
know
me.
What I'm doing. Not gonna
Did
lie.
you see those little sparks coming off the generator before you touched it?
Not separate
Logan?
things for the bids.
Oh no.
I guess.
So those little sparks
Oh,
mean
no,
that the
no,
killer
no.
recently kicked the generator, so it's slowly decreasing the amount of work we've done on it.
Okay, got
So it's always good if you see that to tap
God.
the generator really quick, and that stops it from.
I do like this skin though. It's a
just
pretty
roll.
cool
Yeah,
skin.
just like tap it in.
Although
Yeah,
the
just
skin
tap,
sword
tap,
is
tap,
probably
tap,
my
tap.
favorite out of all the swords.
And there's also perks that can make it go down faster as
Sad
well.
days.
Or make it to where even if you tap it, it won't work. Like for example, Hex Ruin.
Alright.
It doesn't, for Hex Ruin, how that works is that it makes it to where the killer doesn't have to kick the gen
Also,
anymore.
the guy playing right now,
And
Logan, is
the moment
learning
that
the
you
game
leave
tonight.
that gen, it immediately starts decreasing and it pops up
Hello there.
and lets the killer know, like, hey, like, this person left this gen. And it makes it to where it makes it look like you failed a skill check, but you didn't. But it just starts decreasing, and it's a hex totem, so you gotta find the.
Okay, Quilty.
You guys
So you know
too
the.
much about this game.
So Logan, you know those
Oh
around the
no.
map,
The what?
the skeleton heads. So there's
I
skeleton.
have no
They're
idea
gonna
what
go.
you're talking about, actually.
Okay, so there's these skeleton
Gonna go get him.
heads around the map, and when you find them, you gotta cleanse them. And there's dual
Double
ones,
back
which
rub.
do absolutely nothing in the game, and then there's totems. Hex totems are from hex perks, which can do buffs.
Where are they going?
Emily, they're not even close to there yet. I'm so sorry.
I have
They're
no
basically
idea.
learning how to do a generator right now.
Well, you should know about.
Why would you?
No, no, no. He'll
Hold
get
on.
there. Don't worry. Don't worry.
The
Just
thought
wait
is
till he
there.
runs into a hex totem. No, or to like
God,
hex
why?
room. You want to do it?
Why would you do such a thing?
I have borrowed time as well.
Thank you for the raid. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Wiggle it just a
I don't have
little
we'll make
bit.
it or anything, so maybe not the best idea to stay in this area right now.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay, let's go.
What area? I'm scared.
Well, I've been.
It's okay. I mean, I'm kind of scared right now too, to be honest.
I don't know what
I'm
doing.
playing hooky.
I'm all about my
Oh shoot.
Right there in the chest.
Oh no.
You maxed out Ming because she has a cool
Oh
perk.
no, he's coming.
I have borrowed time. You won't be injured.
How are you doing, Ghost?
Just
Hey,
go.
Ghost. Also, everybody from Ghost Trade exclamation
Got
point
it.
raffle to jump in, and we're giving away one of these. Look at this jersey I'm wearing.
So you're all good.
It's a real gamer jersey. You want one?
You will have to mend though, so keep that in mind.
Okay.
Be careful when you Logan, for mending how that
Oh my
is
god.
that.
I
So
almost
if
got
you're
got.
doing any actions such as running or doing a generator, that little yellow part that you see on your screen over your health thingy. So
Let's
where
see if
your
we get it this
character
time.
is, that will slowly deplete to the point where if you do
I
not
tried.
mend it, you do
No.
fall to the ground in the dying state where you could get. So that's how that works.
No, he's gonna die. Put him down.
It is a good try.
Yo, what up?
Man, the head-on always gets me. It really does. It's a
I
newer
can't do
perk
it.
for me, so I'm figuring out the best
There's
places
a
to
lot
use
of
it.
perks, by the way.
Exclamation
There's
point waffle will not get you anything here, Rogue. I'm so sorry.
What about Ripple?
And then, so you know, Logan, there's 3 different ways as of right now to get where you can get mended. 2 of them are from characters. First one's Legion, and the second one's Death. No one else can
Gotta
do
go.
that. And then the third way is if you
Got a
get
blast.
hit like from something like
Annie is
Barter Time.
chilling
If you, like,
on
had
Noah's
Barter
lap right
Time,
now.
if a killer hits you, you
She's
get
so
that mend.
cute.
I don't know how else it works, but those are the 3 I know how it works.
No! No!
I'm so
Oh.
happy I'm not in your match. I hate Omi.
Ripple
And
Fudge.
mine.
Hell yeah, Ripple Fudge. It's all about Ripple Fudge, man.
Ripple fudge.
Yeah.
Never had.
Yeah, Ripple, because I don't like a chocolate in my ice cream, but a little bit of chocolate is good. And Ripple
I don't know
Fudge
what
just
Ripple
has
Fudge
just
is.
enough. It's just a ripple of chocolate. Just a ripple.
Dismount that generator, sir.
At work on go face.
Oh shoot.
I bet that focus on face.
I'm definitely a lot better at killer than survivor, I'll tell you that.
You can be killer on the next one, because we don't want to deal with Mentius's killer again.
Well, I mean, I'd be playing Spirit though. Well, I mean, I can play
That's
somebody else,
fine.
I guess.
Play whatever you want.
You go for whoever you want.
Run right back.
When do we have the chance? Do you think I could try to go kill her at least one round tonight?
Almost got to the.
That would be fine. It is a queue system, so you won't be able to hang out for more than one round at a time, unless you're one of my Stream for a Cause streamers that signed up ahead of time.
It was fudge.
With a spider in the sky.
I was going to save you and then realized it was worthless.
Oh, don't save me. That's a waste of time. I'm much better at spectating.
We tried.
Professional spectator, to be sure.
I mean, that's what I am now.
Spectator, I barely know
I'm
her.
an esports commentator, man. On Saturday.
I got a
My
sympathy
first
laugh out of that.
tournament,
What counts?
First tournament's in November. You can totally play in it, Logan.
Ooh.
Oh, we got rank 2.
That professional
Ooh.
level gameplay.
Man, I don't wanna play
Man,
in one of these tournaments.
I need to play
Play in the
more.
tournament. It's for charity.
Too bad I work so
Don't you want to
much.
help kids?
Can I
Bam.
cast it? No, yes, because that, you know what? You always do that. Don't you want to help kids?
Don't you want to help kids, Logan?
Yeah, of course I want to help kids. Of course
Killing
I want
me.
to help kids. You can't say you don't want to help kids.
Well, the next tournament is it's going to be a lot of fun. So just so everybody knows, it's going to be on November 20th, which no pressure. It's just my birthday.
Just your birthday?
Just my birthday. And it's also going to be sponsored by Behavior, who are the developers of this game. Which is really cool.
I noticed that. Wait, you're saying- That is a
Oh my god, with the frickin' brick is what you hit me with, a frickin' brick.
that guy.
I've played against probably
What do you
like
guys think-
4
what did you guys think of
different
that game,
Onis
Friday
tonight.
the 13th?
That's bad luck,
It's very
Cap.
popular.
It really
Friday
is.
the 13th. It was fun.
And I
For a
got
hot
clubbed each
second.
time.
Oh, I'm so close. I was so close.
No.
So close with the wiggle. Oh my god.
This game is better than Friday the 13th. I would agree with that.
Yeah, Friday the 13th had a lot of potential and it just fell short. And I think part of it was coming out at the same time as this game. It was just like,
They also
And then
can't.
they stopped working on it. They stopped
yeah.
working on it.
They can't update it because of a license. So like the whole game is based on it, so they can't do anything more than what they put out at that time.
Emily, were you able to get somebody added so you could jump in?
Yeah, I was able to add Logan. I don't know if he received it though.
He wouldn't be able to check until after the match is
We
over.
got that.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to spectate mode.
Well, actually,
I'm gonna-
that's it for
the
me
match just
tonight.
end?
So,
That's it for you?
yeah, I've been going for a while.
Okay, I'm switching back to Survivor.
All right, the match
And
just
we'll have
ended.
Cap murder us.
All right, I gotta get set up here. Let's see.
Yeah. All right,
And
I got a
then-
friend request. Yay!
Yeah.
Hi, Daisy.
What to
I have a
do?
dog.
I am
What
going
Staring
to
at
do?
knock that friend request. I've accepted that friend request, obviously. All right.
Awesome. I got
So
it.
Spirit, and we're gonna
And,
use.
The
Do
otter
I
modes
just
are
join up
adorable.
with
Who's
you
our
just right
coach?
now, or am I in a waiting queue?
You are in this game for sure, but then we have some other Stream for a Cause streamers here. Just so that you know, anybody who wants to jump into these games as well can. We have a spot open after this round. You can come in and play around. Promise Mintius won't be your killer. So that's a
You
bonus.
promise?
I promise.
I died.
Let's
I'm not
see.
very happy
What to
about
do?
it. Thanks, Mint.
Right? He's a dick.
Anytime.
Hey, Dick.
Oh, did I not join? Oh, there.
Okay.
Okay, I picked the wrong thing.
No longer visible when
So I know
using.
Killian loves this game. Morgue Mistress loves this
Survivor
game.
trails
Ghost
are
type
visible while
Ghost.
using.
You can get in voice chat, Ghost, and tell us a little bit about yourself and your upcoming Halloween streams, maybe?
Ooh, Halloween
What's going on for you?
streams.
I'm gonna do a Halloween movie marathon thing. That's
Oh,
what I
cool.
wanted to. I always wanted
See,
to do.
infectious.
The Halloween marathon is a lot of fun, Em. A lot of fun. It's a good time. Is it
I'm gonna do something
confirmed?
other
Wait, I
than
get to use any perk I want.
Dragon's Grip.
Dead by Day. Yes, you can use any perk you want. Dead by
I
Daylight
forgot about-
should just get the horror movie licenses. Should get all of them. Yeah. You speaking of licenses, you know what's coming out? Like, COD just keeps coming out with stupid stuff for no reason.
Oh, what the
They're
poop? Twitch
putting
was like,
Judge
share your
Dredd
6 month
into
anniversary.
COD for no reason.
Let's see. Trail of
Like
Torment.
Judge Dredd in the next 2 weeks is coming into COD. I feel like there's no rhyme or reason behind anything. that
That's
they do
okay,
in Warzone.
Queen.
I'm trying to think of
Maybe
something
next
else
time
that
it'll
would
pop
be
up
good.
and you can get, you know,
I can't think of anything.
Don't do it from your phone. Your phone is
I
the
love
devil.
Judge Dredd.
Swayze, thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. I just saw you. But also welcome back. Exclamation point raffle. Exclamation point raffle. Everybody in chat too. Queen of the Trash Animal. She's
Well, I
actually
guess
on
I
our
can
board of
do it.
directors for Stream for a Cause. Lovely human. She also designed. Guess what she designed? Do you want to know what she designed?
We got some flashlights. I'll bring a little.
She's the artist behind the heart stickers that I've been telling you that I love tonight. So we're giving away some of these tonight.
Wanting to do certain
And
perks. I'm
ultimately,
like, no,
we're
I have
giving
this
away this
instead.
jersey at
I don't know.
11:15. These are adorbs. Exclamation point rap. I'll give another one away. That's fine. Mobile is the worst.
Should
She
pop,
says that she's on
just
mobile
to add that
because
extra
her
little
PC,
gin pressure.
has decided it hates the internet. Well, there you go, Killian. There you go. That sucks, though. I'm sorry about that. Let's do a raffle giveaway. Let's do one more. Let's roll it. Zat, you already have a sticker. I'm gonna re-roll that because you got a sticker.
Let's see.
Ponyo, it's been wonderful. I will talk to you soon.
Bye, Ponyo.
I'll do the closer hug.
Cap, you
yeah.
won one. We'll mail you a sticker.
Ta-da! Fancy.
You can put it all over all of your stuff. And these stickers I have found are really cool because you can peel them back off on places that you put them and move them
Ooh,
around.
even better.
I know. It's like very
They're called
fancy.
static stickers.
Ponyo, you have to be present to win the jersey. What are you going to do if you won it? You're going to cry. If you won the jersey and then you don't get the jersey because you were sleeping
Dun,
through your
dun, dun.
jersey win. It's a lot to give up. It's okay.
All right, we got
Oh, an insta-win jersey. Oh, okay, yeah.
So we have nurses.
Yes.
You can see them when they're healing.
There's way too many
Franklin's.
choices.
We can
Way
see
too
blood
many
trails.
choices.
We can
I agree.
also.
I know. I
move
finally
faster?
decided. I finally done the sign. I'm like, I don't know.
So
You
let's
get
hope
And I'm running
we.
two perks that I always run. I decided to run two others that I
Let's
don't have at
go.
all. I should have run sprint burst.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I should have run dead hard. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid.
Well, Ponyo, I'll text you if you win it.
Those
And
exhaustion
if
perks will get you.
If you are still awake, you
Oh.
can be like, claim, and that'll be fine. But you might be asleep.
Well, those cancel each other out basically.
Going to Macmillan State because it's one of my favorite maps.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
So
Like a
Macmillan-
raccoon hunting for just a trash?
If
Oh,
not,
no, it doesn't- we don't have a specific one.
Because I main Plague and I end up pushing.
Okay,
Kirby.
Ponyo, good night.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Ba-da-ba-da-dum.
Who's excited for Pinhead to come to Dead by Daylight? I am.
Oh, Pinhead's coming. That's cool.
Yeah, he seems
That's-
pretty
Yeah.
I wrote a scene.
And he's
in,
coming actually this month too, Logan. He's getting released sometime this month.
There goes
That's
Noah.
it.
Cozy for that
He's
follow.
running.
I
Oh my
appreciate you.
God.
I actually
Must be
was,
important.
given the script for one of the, like, I think Hellraiser 9 or 10 or I don't know which.
How
one
many
it
are
is.
they on?
There's a bunch of them.
All right.
There's 10 of them.
We're gonna be nice this game, but not too nice.
Yeah,
but
there
nice.
are 10 of them. If you
Well,
can-
Killian, you should jump in and play a game with us.
Killer,
Ooh.
Cozy Killer, I
think-
appreciate you. Question of the day today.
I think Pinhead
Get my eye
is
real
like
quick.
the third killer who didn't get a survivor.
What do you mean didn't get a survivor?
Bubba,
Okay, so usually
Pinhead.
when a killer slash survivor is released,
else?
there's usually multiple. So if one killer is released,
Twins.
that means the survivor is going to be released at the same time. And then there's just the solo ones. Like for instance, Bill from Left 4 Dead, he didn't get released with anybody.
We
Ghostface
got all the
and
facts
Cannibal,
tonight.
they didn't get released with anyone.
Okay, Killian,
either.
that sounds good.
And
All right,
that's
guys.
just like a solo release. It
Let's
just means
go.
that
This
no
map
one
is not
let them
Okay.
die.
my best
See
map.
what we can do here.
All right, gotcha.
We're gonna work
I
on
don't
this
know
generator.
anything about any of that.
We're gonna see, Mama May. We're gonna see what happens. I'm not sure.
Who's the killer?
I'm gonna die. That's all I know.
Me.
Who's
Cap.
me?
Yeah.
I get to play my girl Yui.
Better watch out. I got a good
love my
sniffer
Yui.
on this one.
Oh, nutsack.
Okay, thank God I'm not getting chased.
All right, let's go. Let's do this, man. I hate this game. I really don't.
Well, here's the thing, Killian. I'm not feeling real good about this because I've actually seen Cap play before, and he's a fairly good killer.
It depends on the day.
So
Oh, you should see my Freddy. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh my
I
God.
was muted. My bad.
It's so literally, like, I swear, Freddy's the first and only character from every single game I play who
No.
Oh, crud, you scared the... Who came out of there? Who's,
I gotta mute myself so I don't accidentally.
Okay. I was like, I thought you were the killer. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's
so close.
I can't hear anything. I can't tell what's going on.
Is it because of me? Yeah, for Dark Sense. I love Dark Sense.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, Leprechaun with Jennifer Aniston.
Yes, I would take a Jennifer Aniston Survivor. Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Right?
And I would take Springtrap. I want Springtrap in the game so badly.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's from a game called Five Nights at
Slow and
Freddy's.
steady.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, let's. Is that thing done?
Here you go.
Oh, you're healing me?
Is the hook for you?
How long are we streaming tonight, Logan? How long can you stay up? When's your bedtime?
I have to get back up and do my stream in the morning.
Oh, it's Spirit.
Why? What time
There we
do
go.
you get off?
11:30.
Got another pal over here.
That's fine. I'll be here until 11:30.
All right.
Okay.
You're gonna be really excited about this
On the,
save. You wanna know why?
Why?
Here's why.
Flashlights or
Bar
anything?
time, baby! I've got bar time.
All right, we got pop and overcharge, so we gotta start kicking these gens.
Run! Logan, run this way. No, Logan, turn around! Logan, turn around! You're gonna die! Oh my God, you're gonna die. Okay, I can
You
use you
gotta
as bait.
take it down just a couple levels there, Emily. My chat's not gonna be able to hear anything that any streamer is saying. Everybody's streaming matches right now.
He's very
I'm so
passionate.
sorry.
All right, another kick because we have that overcharge that we really need to make use of.
All right, what am I supposed to be doing?
And you got any
Just
pals over
getting
here?
Generators, right?
I don't feel safe.
Oh my God!
Oh, we got
I got hit.
glitch.
I sprinted hard.
What?
Let's see, where are they at?
Oh, there we go. All right.
And we got
Oh my
Dwight.
God, you went down.
Here, I'm gonna bite her in the ankle. Oh no, didn't work. So
Oh,
sorry.
shoot.
So sorry. Logan.
Wait, did you bring this? Did you bring Franklin's demise? Where's my stuff?
Fix the generators to power
Maybe.
the exit gates, right? All right, so that's what
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Where's my med kit? Something happened to my med kit.
I do have
Where's my med kit?
Franklin's demise.
Where's my med kit?
I
My med kit
do.
teleported out the game, guys.
All right,
Where?
I'm hanging out, literally hanging out over here.
And we got a hook over here. Let's see. I think we got a pal over here on this
When I
gen.
can. Yeah, that's probably good stuff too as well.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Look at him go. I'm already on my death hook.
Yeah, I'm on my death hook too. I don't.
I'm being nice here too.
Yeah. Well, you should play at our next Dead by Daylight tournament.
Oh, I need
You
to
clean house.
practice a little more for that one. At least prestige.
No, you don't need a prestige.
I mean, if it's a little competition thing.
We have. Ghost Type Ghost says no, he doesn't want you in the next tournament because he plans on playing in the next tournament.
I hate this game.
Also, Spirit's
is-
kind of like a mean killer sometimes.
Well, we have a unique rule set for our tournaments, so you know it's not quite as try-hardy. A little bit more play for yourself,
I
Where
got
did
you.
they come from?
but it is a good time.
Where did that evil person come from?
So her ability lets her phase, and she stays in the spot that she started from when she started phasing, and then she is only visible at the end.
Let me get this. Aww.
Almost down.
Me?
Oh, whoops, my bad.
I probably did that.
All right, I'm trying not to be too mean here.
I can't believe I got you.
I didn't know if he was the last one
I think
hooked.
Cap is like a rival for Mintius's killer. Holy crap. Holy Cap.
I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to like tunnel by accident.
I guess I should play killer, huh? Yeah, next game I should play killer.
Do it. Try to kill us, Logan. It'll be great.
It's a really fun time.
It is fun. I actually think you'd like it a lot.
All right, good, because I'm starting to really not like this.
See you later, hyena.
Survivor can be pretty trying sometimes.
Oh, it's like literally. I understand how these people feel in these movies. Very frustrating. Oh my God, really? Very frustrating. Oh, thank you for that host. You're the hostess with the mostest.
Bye, friends.
R.I.P. Zombie.
R.I.P. me.
What happened?
I'm dead.
You didn't mend yourself.
Well, I never had time.
No, Logan didn't.
Oh.
I don't know how to mend myself. What are you talking about?
Logan never had time.
I didn't
Mending
have
is
a
kind of
first
like.
aid kit with me, did I? Thought I had a flashlight.
It's.
I don't know.
Is it M1 or
Okay,
M2?
Logan.
You know what, man? It might as well have been a flashlight.
Oh.
Because you were getting fucked either way.
Right? Seriously.
I'm dead. Oh my gosh.
All right, I'm gonna have to watch this. You can do better than me, by the way, and I'd really like to see you do it. Time is it, anyways? Yeah, I got another hour in me. Sure. I was planning on going.
It's gonna be just a couple more games, and then we'll do the drawing for the jersey, and then we'll be done. And then we're gonna find somebody cool to race. I'm sure we have a stream for a costume.
Far away.
Oh, I see. No, you're gonna regret wearing those house slippers out of the house, buddy. Who am I watching? Who's wearing house slippers?
That's Mintius. That's Ryan.
I really like your outfit. It's very nice.
Honestly, I can 100% see you wearing this, Logan, as your day wear.
I've been known.
I'm trying not to tunnel here.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. I wouldn't wear the hat. I don't.
No Hugh Hefner hat.
I stopped wearing hats.
Where did our friend go?
Years ago.
Is he back here? Did he start on this again?
Right about the same time I stopped drinking and smoking cigarettes, I stopped wearing baseball caps. You know why? Because I was more apt to not need a hat. Like hats like when you're being lazy.
I'm glad to see.
There we go.
All the smoke weed every day has just increased your productivity.
Yes.
So we're after Minitus. Right
Honestly,
now.
I have a lot of friends that are like, if I smoke, I get way more stuff done because I'm not like all over the place.
Well, you just.
I was like, wow, that's legit.
There's different kinds of weed for different things, and it's not like I'm just sitting
Where
here.
are you?
You know, all day long with a pipe in my mouth.
Oh wait, Logan, are you doing the thing you told me about last time? The videos?
Oh no, not yet.
See.
I don't have. You know
Where
what? I
are
just don't
they
feel like
at?
spending $800 on buying equipment right now, and on top of it, there's still a pandemic going around, and part of this whole thing for it to work,
All right, time to go.
I would have to smoke weed while interviewing people. So
yeah, that's fair.
You know, right now may not be the best time to do it, and since this casting and broadcasting and
Let's
announcing
see.
stuff has come my way, I'm gonna be
where's our other pal
focusing
at?
on
I don't know
that
where
as
they're
well as
at.
the streaming stuff. So, you know, I've got a lot going on.
Grab me the details for the
I'm
thing.
not gonna be
I would
mean.
love to do a post
Not
on
being
Saturday
mean
to hype
today.
up your new thing.
Yeah,
We'll get one up for you.
All right.
I got all the details. I can I'll copy and paste. I'm capable of copying and pasting.
That's good.
Let's go look for
Okay,
the
he's either gonna
hatch.
find the hatch or he's about to get murdered.
I believe in you.
Sweaty beanie. Oh, I don't want to imagine a sweaty beanie. I can smell it from here. It smells like Meg
Hatch.
from The Family Guy. Ugh.
It's very crusty. That's a very crusty
Right?
smell visual.
Yeah. I'm
went back.
Oh, hey, you know what? You know what, dude? I already dropped all the information in stream.
Oh, you're right. You did. It's in the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, he's looking for the hatch. So when you're the last survivor, there's a hatch
Oh.
that opens on the ground and you can get out.
Yeah, and as the killer, you can kick it shut.
Here we
Yes.
go. We're gonna get him.
I'm excited for Logan to murder me in a minute.
Do you know what? I get that a lot. I do.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. My cleaning lady's fired me today.
Let's see.
Your cleaning lady fired you?
Yeah, you know what? She kept unplugging stuff, and twice I was.
He's probably
like,
gonna find the
"Please
hatch.
just stop! You
But it
can't
is
mess with my
A-okay.
stuff. Please don't touch the stuff that says don't touch on it, like that has notes on it. Don't touch it."
And GG.
Ah,
And,
GG's.
And she unplugged something last time, and I was upset about it, and I texted her and was like, "You gotta stop doing that." And so she stopped coming, and I saw her. They clean another place by me, and I saw her, and I was like, "Yo, you can't just be walking around with the keys to my apartment in my building. Like, if you don't want to come here, that's fine." And I was like, "But after 2 years, like, I would think that, you know, you'd be able to get over this a little bit and maybe just be a little bit more cautious of what you're doing." It's partially because
I am gonna be
all of my
hopping off
stuff has
this and
gotten
switching
bigger.
over.
My setup is more.
Since that was kind of
you
like
know,
our end
2 years ago,
to
I
the
didn't have a setup when they
the
first
DVD
started.
stuff
Also,
tonight.
You know what? It's time for a change.
There you go.
Yeah. Time. For a change.
I'm gonna wait till they're done.
How do I become the killer?
Talking.
You click down there. There's like a little eyeball thing.
We are lacking players.
We are not. We have Killian joining us here in just one
We
second.
are lacking a player.
Well, it looks like we lost Cap as well.
I'm switching over. Sorry for the short on that.
Em, where are you? Where'd you go?
Oh no, that's okay. You go do your thing, and it was great to get to hang out with you a little bit.
Yeah, it was a fun time. Thanks for having me.
It's always a good time.
You are so welcome.
GG Cap, that was fun.
Have fun learning the game. Have
Yeah.
some good matches.
Oh,
The
finding
other
the
person
hatch
that we
is
have jumping in.
annoying.
Get out of there. That way they can continue on their stuff, and we'll get over to some Valorant, playing with some pals over here. Looks like we got a couple people. Oh, what is where are you in the game? Okay, it's getting there. We can always play like a spike rush in between. But yeah. Noah, do you want to rename stream, or should I just rename something? Toasted raviolis. Oh my gosh. Here, we'll probably do one game just to end the night off here. What should we name the stream now? Huh. It's in the oven? Oh shoot, I didn't know it was in the oven, yeah. Okay, well, apparently we have toasted ravioli in the oven, so I'll be right back. All right, those were smelling so good. Oh my god, we love some toasted ravioli.
Boomst.
Memest. Yeah. How's the game going for you guys?
Good.
You winning?
It's 8-9 right now. Oh my gosh, I wasn't zoomed in.
You getting there? I'm gonna play Spike Rush real quick.
Wait, how's this channel listening to Spotify?
Can it not?
It's me.
Oh, it says
Protect me.
channel is...
Well, I know it's just like people in there. It'll show multiple different things if multiple people are listening. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see your icon now. It's in the corner.
Yeah, it's
Help.
if you have it linked up.
I have heal and ult.
I did.
Was Reyna snowman?
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm just gonna deafen myself until, and we're gonna go ahead and play some Sage. At least until they get out of this game here. Ah, man. And then we can join for a game or so. I have some toasted raviolis. Woo. Yeah. A nice little game to end it off on. It was a fun time playing with some of the Stream for a Cause people, but I think it's Valorant time now. But yeah, like I said, we'll do probably like a spike rush as we're waiting, and then while we are yeah, just do that while we're waiting for them, and then we'll play one, and that'll be the stream for tonight. Yeah, it'll be a fun time. We got a jet right here.
Opponent's killed.
Sounds like somebody's eating.
Healing.
Careful there. Let's go.
Spike planted.
Spike Planet A. Oh my god, she's got a Spectre. Sheesh.
I missed.
One enemy remaining.
He was, oh my god.
Going up.
Interesting.
Use that shit.
It is a spike rush, so I mean now's the time to try out people. That's why I'm playing more Sage right now.
We good.
I played a spike rush earlier today where I was playing Sage and I ended up top fragging with her. Which is very weird. There's like every once in a while there's a duelist Sage kind of phenomenon. Also, Sage is just kind of like fun to play. And I really like her ring right there. Big fan.
I've got your trail.
Revealing area.
Oh my god, everybody, nobody's A! What the hell are we doing?
I've got your trail.
Oh, you know what? Honestly, they're all C. They can plant A if they want. I'm not even gonna tell them. It's gonna be a surprise. Everybody goes to the same spot in the spike rush, Noah. Like, everybody was B, and I was like, I didn't notice it until the end. I was like, all right. Like I said, now's the time to try stuff out if you want to try it out.
Enemy remaining.
Good shit, ladies and gentlemen. Oh shit! He's close left.
I'm just gonna go ahead and...
Last player standing.
There we go. Walked right into it. Is there Sky doing really well? Yeah, 610.
Last round in the half.
Buy stuff. Ching.
Oh, but yeah, this area over here. Right here in this little square. If you were to go on the other side of it and like look down,
Let us take the lead here.
it would you could like fly shit into it. And nobody is A again. Is it like, is it illegal to go A? I feel like it might be. Am I missing something?
I've got your trail.
They keep doing the same thing. And they're both going towards me. I hate this.
Spike planted. Get out of my
What
way.
are they doing?
Here. Help. Help. Help.
Help me. Guys. You know what? I kind of walked into that one. Okay, I get that it's a spike rush, but I usually don't have these like weird of spike rushes, if that makes sense. Like usually they're a little more
Last player standing.
tame?
All good. All good.
I don't know if that makes sense.
We good. We good. Careful now.
It's just very odd.
Switching sides.
All right. Keep it up. No duelist Sage tonight.
Careful here.
Who are you playing, Noah? Reyna.
Here.
Yes. Here. Here.
Okay. Thanks, Phoenix. This is so strange.
Careful now.
Here.
Oh, shit. Okay.
My ultimate. Careful now.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh, I didn't think I was that low. No. So sad. I don't know if I'd stand there with 7 health. I'd stand somewhere a little closer. It's killing me. That's something I would do right there. Just dart right into the wall like that. I respect. Respect.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us and victory.
All right. I'm also not used to playing Sage. I got the basics of it though.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
I've got your trail.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Sky.
I've got your trail.
I've got your trail.
Here.
You know? Okay. Okay. It's a warm-up game anyways, so I mean... It is what it is. Now's your ult. B. I guess you might have died anyways there.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no. Oh no. Not darn it. Smacked him right in the face there. All right. How's our ping? We got 20 ping. No, what's your ping? Nice. We got the good ping now.
Match point.
I'm just not used to having, like, it's been a while since I've had internet that's actually like reliable, so I'm not used to it.
Go on my mark.
I'm sorry.
Watching here.
Yes. No.
All right, guys. Well, that's it.
I've got your trail.
It's a warm-up game. It's just a warm-up game. Oh.
Enemy spotted A.
Hawk out.
Yo. Shit, they got the op too? Not even aiming in.
Standing. Spike planted.
We're brave. Oof, they're coming all around. I'm getting shell shocked from this game, Noah. After that round, awesome. Then I'll join you. This is like the perfect thing to play then. Damn, I was really hoping to kill him.
Defenders win.
All right. Yeah, one full game and that's where we're at. Dum, dum, dum. All right. Let's see. I'm just going to request to join. Hey, you wanna let me in? Do you wanna let me? Oh. Yeah, no, I'll accept Dayton's invite. Thanks, thanks, Dayton.
I was like, what? Hard.
I was like, I'm not gonna say
KM5,
it.
KM2. Which one is?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I
Why'd
yes.
you say N-word? That would have
I want
been
food.
a lot better.
Wait, who left here?
Yeah.
Didn't we have another person?
I mean,
Dog,
Sector,
he's sleeping.
Noah, you, me, Sector, now Cody.
And M-Dog.
Yeah, he got off, I think. Oh, he's playing Call of Duty again. That mother.
I reported the Omen for an inappropriate name because it's written in Russian. All right, I'm just kidding.
okay. I'm not even gonna ask.
Wait, she was silver 3? Jesus Christ.
She
Jesus
had a
Christ.
stick up her ass.
Mars Simps.
So what are you doing, Cupcake? Are you
I'm
just watching?
You guys play whatever this game is.
I mean, I feel like the
Cupcake,
name
this
is right there.
This is about to be hella toxic. If she adds me back before the start of the game, I'm gonna say GG and add her. Or, I mean, delete her.
I have a ghost skin in my store, and I really want it.
I have the Mage
Oh.
Punk Ghost in Bucky, and the Glitch Pop Operator and Vandal.
I have the Ruination Ghost, and I really... The nice thing is, like, the purple one I could use for, like, if I wanted to play, like, Omen or Reyna, and then the green one, since, like, it fits Viper so well. Love it.
I want to say, bro, you got smurfed on, dog, and then delete him.
I take it last round was interesting.
Yeah, they were fucking fuming. Like, the maddest I've seen someone in a while.
Oh, really?
I mean, well,
Damn.
maybe kind
That's
of.
the first time I popped off in a long time.
Oh yeah, you carried. 32?
Huh?
Damn.
I don't know. Guys, look at my ravioli, my toasted ravioli.
They both had a silver 3, just trying to carry like their silver 1 friend or bronze friend.
Do you like
No,
my
they're
toasted
all silvers,
ravioli?
right? No, bronze
you guys
3
have
is
this
one of them.
where you live? I love toasted ravioli. There goes Flash too. People
I'm
say
saying,
it's more of like a
Cupcake, little
St.
mental
Louis
warfare. Win you the
Midwest
game
thing.
every time.
Bro, you're toxic.
They literally started talking first, and then I ruined their night.
Here's the end of the shit on.
That's exactly what it sounds like. It's a ravioli.
Ask anyone in here. I don't say anything until they say something first. Like, I'll be completely nice to the
It's
team.
stuffed.
Two
Can
wrong
confirm.
ones are
Please
right.
no icebox. Please no breeze.
Oh, JK.
I'm like Dexter, basically. I work for the police station, so I can be toxic, you know? Actually, that was probably
Dexter
terrible.
kind of kills people though.
Well, killing people's mood is what I do.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Then yeah, absolutely.
I guess.
You're about to see some prime gameplay, Cupcake. This is my main.
Are you sure?
Holy.
I've been playing off meta, okay? I'm bad off meta.
Oh, did Hannah do her tea thingy today?
Yeah.
Oh guys, we're playing against Mormon Spank.
Wasn't it? I thought it was her, whatever.
Oh, she got her Mormon teeth taken
No,
out.
it was her wisdom.
He has a beta account and it's.
Oh, she was saying like her tooth was bad or something.
Probably
I don't know.
some
if it
played
was
since
me.
beta then.
Her wisdom tooth was
Whose?
my friend Hannah.
Oh.
Hannah Banana.
Hannah Baker?
No.
Rest in peace.
Fuck her.
Oh.
Wait, she will be Hannah Baker.
Placing
Ooh.
grenade. Placing swamp grenade.
God.
Okay,
What the
well that's
fuck
maybe a
is
little
this?
toxic.
What? What's toxic?
Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
What'd you do?
Don't worry about it.
Just leak. Did Riot copy that from Overwatch? What the fuck?
What?
They
The
probably
spray
copied.
paint thing.
It's in, like,
Every game has
now.
this, pretty much. Like,
What other game has it?
Call of Duty has it
Yeah.
now. CS:GO has it.
mm-hmm.
Some may sure.
A lot of PC games have it.
Are you fucking kidding me? I couldn't hear anyone.
Enemy spotted
I got a
A.
kill. Whatever.
Oh, let him play A. Let him play
Toxin screen.
Walls coming down.
They might be
Oh, they're
B
rotating
because
B.
Raze was B.
Poison's off.
Yeah, they're coming B short.
Okay, making my way. Walking fast,
Don't let
faces
me
past them. Hold on.
lead the leaderboards now, boys.
Way downtown. Fucking something.
Walking fast. What? How do you forget that part?
Here they come.
Look, leave me alone, okay?
Whoa!
Yeah,
Okay.
she did that shit to me too. She saw me once and was like, bang bang, bitch.
I know, I did. Oh,
Remaining.
that's nasty.
Spike down B.
Oh, thank God you killed her. I was about to die to the turret.
Where is he? Does anybody know?
He's elbow.
Oh, yeah. Set your shit out.
Alright, alright.
He's gonna fucking tap me.
Placing alarm bomb. 30 seconds left.
That motherfucker.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
he's hit 52.
Oh,
Nice.
I think there's a ghost
dang.
somewhere. Oh, there's a ghost.
I hate to
That
say
turret,
but
it really,
probably best
really
to
does
play
it.
as a team. So, what's the plan? Need a drop.
I'm gonna set up. Yeah, again, I guess.
Tooth. Ow.
Yo, GG everyone.
I'm gonna keep going, A.
Being quiet again.
I'm eating food.
Wow. Are you eating a ham and cheese sandwich?
No.
No, I mean
Hardee's?
ravioli.
Toasted?
Mhm.
Dude, where did you toast it at?
Oven. Oven toasted ravioli.
You can
Guys,
let
look.
him, you let him
A
go.
rat. I didn't think I had
Someone's B.
spray.
Someone's B. Wait, why did I say that in all chat?
Toxins going up.
Hey guys, I think someone's B.
Toxin screen down. Reloading.
It's
This
Raze.
is how you play the game, Cupcake.
You just spray until something happens and then
I'm
cry.
rotating.
Poison's off.
38 to Raze, 15 to Omen. They're both hookah.
Hi, Jet. Oh.
Last player
How?
Got one of them.
That was.
Placing sentry.
Reina's right at the back there.
Spike planted.
God. This game is going interesting.
Fuck.
Yeah, when your turret's blinded like that, he can just walk right past it.
No, the turret was still shooting him.
The more you know.
After they came back. If it was still shooting him full time, he wouldn't have been able to walk that far.
Wait, I want to go A.
One of
You
these
need the
days they'll go
cool-
A.
Alright, Prime Jet gameplay.
If not, I'll set up on B, but.
Bomb buddy out.
You got this, Dayton.
Yeah. Oh,
Multiple B short.
Got anybody showers? Anybody stinky? Or I guess unstinkifying themselves at this
someone's A
point?
short.
York?
Toxin screen down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jet. She's back on the left side there.
You died.
70 Omen. There's an Odin on my body.
Oh, you just.
I didn't
somebody
even
just
see
mollied
Killjoy.
me.
Killjoy and Jet are A.
I think it's gonna be A.
One enemy remaining.
Oh yeah, we got
Spike
spike. We got
down
spike.
A.
There's an Odin on my body.
Turret out.
By teleporter.
She yeah, she was back.
Maybe that warm-up game was not enough. It was a
A.
really bad warm-up game, to be fair.
Nice shower. He was shower. He may go the other way now.
30 seconds left.
Trent, could you go get my omen? Odin?
Is it on the other side of this teleporter?
You can get my
No,
omen.
it's over here, but like, I don't think the jet's gonna push ya.
I think you just walk by.
Wait, mark it again? Shower, maybe? Yeah, that's what I meant.
I don't know where the hell they
10
are.
seconds left.
Oh shit.
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
Hey, that was my gun.
I
Nice.
don't have enough time.
Wait, where?
It's way over here.
Oh, you're not gonna get it.
Let's get these idiots.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Wait, I thought you said by
anyone
teleporter.
Cody.
Yeah, by the other.
I'm going B now.
Cody there.
Gone here.
I'm talking to Cody. If Cody, you don't finish your food, can I have it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're done with him yet.
All right, guys, I'm muting Noah. So if he says anything, let me know.
All right, are you watching Cupcake?
What? No, I'm watching Vex.
Excuse me?
Wow, toxic.
I'm in your chin.
Okay, I'm glad you weren't watching.
Oh yeah, Vex looks cool. A new Yordle.
Poison orb emitting.
There's no Billy videos.
Toxin screen down.
Jet was.
God, Reyna's on.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay.
Poison's off.
Good job.
Nice shotgun.
They're on site.
I'm
They're
so scared. Fucking I. Don't worry. Don't look at it.
Brother.
Ah!
Fuck.
Poison orb emitting.
Nice.
Oh, you better.
Full health. Retreat into the showers. Clean off the stink.
Last player standing.
Fuck. I like it.
30 seconds left. Toxins going up.
I don't think any of them can be over there. They should all be.
You were saying?
I was gonna say
No,
they
no,
should
it's
all be
all good.
left, but definitely one of it, I guess.
No, it's okay. I didn't think I was gonna be able to do much with 2 health.
Yeah, no, and getting the ult orb there just gives you another, just gets you that
I
much
have ult
closer
now.
to your ult. Oh, hell yeah.
So, I mean, if we get bombed down, I try to save it for bomb down, or if like we really need to cut them off. But I'm also not gonna buy this round because I have no money.
Don't buy shields.
It's too late, Noah.
Thumb B.
Thumb B.
Toxins going up.
They're 2B long.
I'll stay A.
Poison's off. Enemy spotted B. Fire in the hole.
Okay, I'm gonna rotate behind
You should run.
Fuck.
to see if I can like cut them
Race
off.
hit 78. She's elbow.
Just kidding. I think they're all like
B.
over there.
Spike planted.
She's in.
You're good to come out.
Yeah.
This bitch.
Toxin screen down. Last player standing.
Sounds about right. 26
Just
to
ult and kill
raise.
all of them. Just go.
You got this.
Oh my, why did I think that was behind me?
It's alright.
Sound.
Babe, are you smoking crack?
Crazy race.
Yeah, basically.
Good at that.
Oh shit. I don't know if I'd recommend that.
I'm smoking Dayton's crack.
Oh, Cody gave
Got
me
him.
permission to smoke crack.
When did I do that?
Today, all he said is no needles, and I said, okay.
Oh no.
Wait, you already do needles at the plasma place.
Damn, I also did a needle at the tattoo shop today. Fuck.
Oh my.
I mean, you did work at Applebee's, so that's basically Needle Central.
Reloading.
True. He probably picked some up from the parking lot.
The bathrooms too. Going to the bathroom? Or you? Oh god, it's real bad.
I think someone teleported.
Toxin screen down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let him plant.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go through the teleporter, guys.
No, I'm going to heaven.
Oh.
I have all.
Red plant A, I think.
We can run, babe.
No, whoa.
What was that?
Yep.
I'm so fucking bad at this game.
Toxin screen down. Fuck.
Jet hit 37.
Oh, I actually fucked them up with my grenade. Holy shit.
30 seconds left.
Poison orb emitting.
They're going.
Spike planted.
B, yep.
All right. Okay.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
One
Where were they?
is elbow, one is garden.
Toxins going up.
Ah. I was gonna try to swing on her. I mean, I'm not done, but you can have them.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
All right.
Alright, run and gun time.
I will.
Start pushing the fuck out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Turret out.
Hey, whenever I say babe, I'm also talking to Trent. Or Dayton. You heard me. Just for future reference.
Toxins going up.
Don't worry, I bought it.
Hee hee. Hee hee hoo hoo.
Me,
They gotta
you.
be V. They have to be V.
Or they could be there.
They're camping. Toxin screen down. Alright, I'm gonna go the long way around.
Enemy spotted B.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
They're B.
Enemy in attack
104, Killjoy.
And that's how you knife someone.
Spike planted.
Did
Love
not
it.
expect that.
I'm gonna go long. $62 Omen Garden. I didn't. Why am I saying it in all chat?
Satchel out.
Oh, that was the longest like takeout time for the gun.
Oh, it is usually like
Time to
2
stop
or
back
3
up.
seconds, and it's just like, why?
Yeah. Valorant IRL test. How fast can I get a gun out? Me, probably not very fast. We're being honest.
Alright, I'm gonna chill here with a fucking shotgun. Yeah.
Cody would just be struggling with the fucking case.
In
Okay, listen
the
here.
beta, you could shoot her ult immediately, but they changed it. It was too OP.
Who? Oh, well, never mind.
Poison orb emitting. Toxins
Oh,
going
God, in the
up.
shower.
Yep, they're in shower. It was a raise.
I have to back off now.
Toxin screen down.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna stay B just in case.
Swarm grenade out.
Oh, what the hell? I couldn't even see her. Got me. Ooh.
What?
Yo, this game. I think I needed a little more than one warm up.
I think they're going B. No, they're not. There's one just camping. Well.
Spike down A. Fire in the hole! 30 seconds left.
Jets B.
That was a bad miss there.
Enemy kill.
Nice wall bang.
Watch for
I need to go
flank.
get
That
that.
was B.
Fuck it up, dude.
Placing sentry.
We can chill.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
We can chill. We can chill. We can chill. That's the plant.
We just swipe those by.
That's nasty.
Spike spotted A.
Well played, bro.
My priority is their
Okay.
suffering.
I just need to like not be where I was in any of those times.
What?
Exactly.
Placing sentry.
Need a drop.
I think our sage is broken.
What happened to our sage?
She's punching a door.
Oh. Did you try restarting her?
This bitch coming for me.
Were they?
No.
Was that a no?
You were one.
Sorry.
B.
That was
Fuck you up.
that was on me.
You should run.
There's no way they rotate right.
Shit. I'm just doing dumb shit all day.
Omen killed.
No.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
In hookah. It was an attempt.
One enemy remaining.
Right in the noggin. Aimed him.
Watch flank. Nope.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Same thing. Watch flank.
Pass to go B. You can
30 seconds left.
Good try. Good try.
It was a good try.
She did the same thing to me.
They want to dance?
What are you chomping on?
I'll leave.
Pepperonis.
Really? Okay.
Hell yeah.
Can I not have
Why are they
chips?
so crunchy?
Wait.
Alright, I'm going.
Chips are supposed to be crunchy.
You said pepperonis. Pepperonis aren't chips.
Oh, I said chipperonis. Sorry.
Oh. I was like,
sorry, I called it something dumb.
that's why I was like, why the hell are you eating pepperonis that are crunchy?
Just random pepperonis that are dried out. That would be terrible.
It's like the freeze-dried fruit.
E.
Wow. Oh wow.
Ores and ores
I'm
eliminated.
counting hookah.
Hector, can you throw another thing in there and get them like you hit me?
We're sneaking around.
Oh, okay.
Toxin screen down.
Cannot.
We're doing a little sneaky move over here.
To Jet and Killjoy are long.
Spike's in here.
Spike down B.
Ah! What?
Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling.
One enemy remaining.
For me.
I didn't know anybody was in there.
Killjoy was last seen long.
I don't know what I'm doing, but it is not
Could be either
good.
side now.
10-0. Oh shit. Whew.
30 seconds left.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, get it. Ooh. Hello.
Who to smother first?
Can someone get this?
Thank you.
I got 4 kills. Wait, did I get 4
I'm
kills?
just gonna put my shit A, and then I'm just gonna go B.
Can you go to C?
See what? Okay, don't answer my question.
C site.
Bro, I'm so bad.
Toxins going up.
I picked up the Odin.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, I'm not talking in game.
I don't know. Showers. Jet.
Spike down A.
Hey, you're goated.
Same, Noah.
You gotta go.
Honestly, this game just is not our game today, and that's okay. That's all right.
Last player standing.
Oh, bro, yeah, I know.
They could go B still.
Probably what they're doing.
Yeah, Spike was down market. They're probably definitely going B. Yep, plenty.
Yep.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
You got it. You win these.
Wow.
Damn, insta headshot you with the deagle.
No, she hit me in the leg.
Oh.
Oh, really?
round
Oh, I
before
didn't
the
even
switch.
realize you're alone.
Last round to use our creds and
I have
abilities.
literally, I can't buy
Yeah,
anything.
I have no money.
All right, Frenzy, here we come, boy.
All
I'm going Bucky.
Bucky, and hopefully we get one shower.
You know, I hope that for some people too.
We shall see.
Isolate and exterminate.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
4A is okay.
Hey, Jet. Sniffing your booty.
They're short. They're short.
I got one in. I got one close to shower.
Poison ore.
Come with.
There's multiple shower.
I ran out of bullets.
One showers.
One
You gotta kill that all
U-Haul.
showers if you can.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, you gotta kill.
Get out of the ult.
Where the fuck?
I found her.
78, 78.
All right, just chill.
Got her for a little bit. Sheesh!
I just chill. He pulls out the monkey. I can't.
All right, where are we going? Where am I
That was so
smoking?
funny to watch you do, Sector. You're just fucking aiming that motherfucker.
Oh, fuck it.
The monkey's kind of OP, bro.
Oh. Oh no.
Wait, you know you can just rebite yourself, right?
Shh. No, 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 no.
Oh, you're just trolling.
I'm going shorty. Everyone go shorty.
I will end up killing
got
myself
you
with
now.
Shorty.
Just gotta go in quick.
Anytime you need it.
Hey, how's it going?
Uh-oh.
Quick peeks now.
Lovely seeing you here. Great weather tonight.
Wait, I just double dashed.
Uh-oh. Is that not
let's
supposed to
always
happen?
have a shorty. This is not ideal.
Killed.
Killed.
Reloading.
Yes, it is.
So I'm the only one pushing with.
Hey, give me my spike. I'm safe.
Well, it was given to me. Jet was back.
Oh, that was through the
94.
smoke. Wall's coming down.
Toxins going up.
Oh fuck, Omen's heaven or hookah.
Last player standing.
Three down. Poison orb emitting.
Motherfucker did 60.
Nice,
Not even half.
That's half for first round.
I guess, yeah, never mind.
R.I.P. Cupcake.
R.I.P.
Cupquake.
Quake.
They look like us, but are they us?
You can take that however you like.
That
Yeah.
sounds
I think so.
offensive.
There's a
No?
YouTuber named
What?
Cupquake.
Yeah.
Oh.
She played a lot of Minecraft.
Yeah,
Yep. And she's married to a guy named Red.
Yeah.
that's his name. Like,
Yeah.
His actual name.
oh,
I know a
I
guy
got
named
you.
Red.
Get your stupid ass out of my way.
my ass is educated, mind you, sir.
Your
right.
ass is educated.
Killjoy turret close.
Swing.
Excuse
Swing,
me?
bitch.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Oh, fuck.
No! KJ. PB and KJ.
Last player standing.
You know? Not our proudest moment.
I don't like B. Let's go A.
I can hold
Okay.
the area pretty well myself.
Her turret
Make sure
was shooting
to
at me and I
can't.
panicked and I just jumped on top of it.
Did it get you still?
No.
Oh, perfect.
I was just fighting them from on top of her turret.
That is the best thing to do.
Just got a rod and gun.
Man, I wish I had one of those.
Time for a field test.
Just watch.
You got this. Here, I'm gonna stand right here and throw to block off heaven.
I'm blinded.
Reloading. That's done.
How's there one up there still?
Spike carrier.
Last
What?
player standing.
Poison orb.
She's
Spike
shot.
down
Where?
A.
Where was that at? Where?
She was hiding in the other side. They had two watching showers.
Shit.
Man, I had a setup so we could enter from showers, but they...
surrounded
They knew.
minha familia. We won't.
Wait, are you
lose.
streaming, Kev?
I am.
Oh.
But he doesn't have Twitch TV in his name.
Yeah, no. They wouldn't know.
Maybe they're like, oh shit, I saw Cap on the internet the other day.
I highly doubt that. There's only like... I say only, it's a good amount, but like, there's only like 300 something people that follow.
Still a really good amount, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do a different smoke here.
Brother, may I have some oat?
No, leave my oats alone, you weirdo. Oh no, he's U-Haul.
There's no way.
Brother!
Spike down.
What the fuck,
Last
my
player
butt?
standing.
She just shot a new butthole into me. Oh, to your right.
I knew she
That
was
jet
there.
literally just did a drive-by.
That jet headshot me doing a drive-by on me.
They will die. Hopeless.
What the fuck is this bullshit? I can't...
Reloading.
I mean, I definitely could be doing worse, but I'm definitely not doing good. That's for sure.
I'm doing horrible, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm just
I
kidding.
think it's in the air tonight.
Yeah, you know what else is in the air tonight? Humidity.
Everyone on the other team is actually doing pretty
Human
decent.
titty?
Yeah, they are all doing pretty well.
I'm gonna already smoke Tuka. Fuck that.
Oh, Valorant Masters. Huh.
Whoa.
What?
Uh-oh.
Toxins going up.
That is not good.
Guys, TP.
Reloading.
Yeah, TP.
Holy cow.
We're planning.
Hey, Cap.
It was,
Let's just
to be
wait right
fair,
here. Let's wait.
it was pretty instant, to be fair.
No, they're gonna come.
Oh, another one.
What were you doing? What?
No scope.
My pistol was out.
here.
I picked up the vandal.
That makes
Last
sense.
player
I do that
standing.
shit all the time. Oh,
Oh, fuck.
yeah, she's. Honestly, I kind of dropped the ball too because I was like reloading, and then like I had a chance to shoot him.
I only had the Marshall in her fucking classic. That's I
Oh,
just
a
fucked up and didn't grab the
Marshall.
vandal. He would have been definitely dead.
Yeah, he took a while to kill me, to be fair, for what he had. You know, I take pride in the amount of deaths I have in this game.
Oh, they don't want it in a knife fight.
Oh,
16.
they don't want to knife fight me either, because it'd be really sad if they did. Trapped.
I probably would walk out with your knife.
Only knife. No, why are you doing that?
Reloading.
Oh no.
I feel like
Well,
that
we
was
have to
just
go and teleport her away.
unfortunate.
Go and teleport her.
He knows we're still in here. You're gonna get shot in the head, Sector.
No, you guys are good. You guys are good.
No, I'm not.
She's in bathroom.
Yeah.
Look, just come teleport her. Look, we walk out now and kill her.
One enemy remaining.
They're just
There's
waiting.
an Odin out there too. There's an Odin right there behind you.
He's got his ult.
Guys,
Oh,
you hit
the
him
box.
twice. He's weak.
guys,
Yeah.
y'all just fucking left me with Spike on
Even with
B.
numbers, anything can
Like, I
still
didn't know if I was supposed to
Remember
play it. Like,
Oh, that's
Can
okay,
someone
dude.
get this?
Yeah, Spike Sector.
Thank you.
Here.
Oh, I didn't know.
Careful.
Hi there. Hi there.
This is gonna be fun.
Okay. It's Otis.
I don't like that smoke.
Placing swarm grenade.
Maki.
Swarm grenade out.
Toxins going up.
Okay.
He's there. You guys don't kill him, I swear to God. Oh, notice.
I'll get him, don't worry.
Toxin screen down.
Raina's coming for flank.
How did we not kill him when we were all there? We just had to all spray there.
68 Killjoy on
I think he
B.
went behind the corner.
I'm chilling.
Toxins going up.
Raina was coming from flank. Yeah, good job.
Killjoy was here when she killed me, so she may be like over.
Toxin screen down.
And Killjoy's hit 68.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
She's on B.
She's
only 33
AT.
Oh god, I only had.
He's probably going elbow.
She's elbow. Use teleporter. You can teleport in plant A.
Poison orb.
And then
just
Cody, you can try to
rotate
get
around,
around the way
Cap.
out.
Oh, I'm not gonna have
Just
him
watch that.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, you will. Just run.
Yeah, you got it.
Toxin screen down.
Spike down. Turret out.
Cody, do you want to ult it?
Oh shit. Yeah.
Don't get in my way.
This goes into showers too.
Please don't die.
Shoot it, and you're good.
you kidding me?
That's gonna hurt us.
It singed my butt cheeks and I just died. I'd like to report a theft.
Spike is here.
There, have some fun. That's for you, Noah. The little spike there.
Reloading.
Look at all of us with 11 kills. Oh,
You say all.
Keep
just
it
the
cool.
3 of us.
That's how you survive.
I have res.
I don't have.
I thought I was dead there.
I just want you guys to know I've died every single round.
Don't worry, I'm really close behind.
Get out of my way.
Toxins going up.
All right.
Behind.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, she's still fucking there. Killjoy's on site.
know.
She was right there.
Placing swarm grenade.
Wait, where'd you die at?
Swarm
Me.
grenade out.
I meant right there. I think.
Oh,
There.
raise. Behind.
Behind.
Toxins going up.
I can watch. I can watch hookah.
Wait, raise was still behind. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching hookah.
No, she was long.
Reloading.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
There's no way.
Toxin screen down.
Grab this bad boy. Not those.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions.
the host.
Hi. How you doing?
Hello.
Reloading.
Get do heck out of me face.
No, that's just for you. I made that for you. This is custom made.
Damn, those are aggressive, Noah. Jesus.
Oh no, they're very.
Blocking sight.
Enemy spotted. B.
He has an op.
Toxins going
I'm
up.
watching behind us, Noah.
I'm going. We can't push.
Na push. Oh, my wall is
62 Rays. Oh,
Spike down A.
nice.
Reloading.
Good job. Rays was heaven.
Get him.
I can smoke off heaven real quick.
Yeah.
I just gotta go showers. So.
Very low health.
Okay.
Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Fuck, I can't tell if that's on top.
There you go. Heaven smoked off.
Oh,
Spike down A. Last player standing.
280 damage. That's a lot of damage.
Defenders win.
I tried.
Okay, well. I'll be back in just a second. What? Okay, well, I'm gonna... Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and end stream here. It was a fun time. Thanks for coming out and hanging out for some DBD and Valorant. We might be back Saturday. I would not count on it. We will be back, however, Tuesday. A little bit of a longer break just because Monday's a holiday and I unfortunately work. But until then, thanks for coming out and having a fun time. And we, played with some new people. It was quite the blast. But anyways, I'll see you guys Tuesday and have a good night.